Part 4: The Ritual and Its Challenges. Chapter 31: Preparing for the Ritual. The air felt dense with anticipation as Adrian and Serena emerged from the depths of the reef, the cool morning breeze greeting them as they broke the surface. Their bodies, exhausted from the struggle, were carried by the current as they made their way to the shore, but their minds were still racing. The discovery of the dark ritual that could potentially break the curse had brought them both a glimmer of hope, but the gravity of the task ahead weighed heavily on them. The intricacies of the ritual were complex and required them to gather specific ingredients, ancient and rare elements scattered across the reef. Their journey, already perilous, had just taken on an even greater urgency. As they trudged towards their camp, the tension between them was palpable. Serena couldn't shake the feeling that time was running out. The curse had lingered for far too long, corrupting the heart of the reef, and every moment they wasted could make it harder to undo the damage. Her thoughts flashed to the scroll and the detailed instructions it had provided. Each step, each ingredient, had to be acquired with precision and care. There was no room for error, not when so much was at stake. Serena cast a sideways glance at Adrian, silently noting the grim determination etched on his face. He, too, understood the urgency, and she knew they couldn't afford to falter now. Adrian, his mind whirling with the complexity of their task, tried to steady his thoughts. The ritual was their only hope, and they had no choice but to succeed. His heart pounded in his chest as he replayed the scroll's contents in his mind, mentally compiling a list of the elements they needed. The ancient text had been clear. The ritual required not only the heartstone, but also rare herbs, a vial of pure water from the sacred spring deep within the reef, and a crystal imbued with the essence of light from the highest point of the coral spires. The collection of these elements was no small feat, and the journey to gather them would test every ounce of their resolve. They arrived at their camp and quickly began sorting through their supplies. The weight of the discovery was still fresh, but they couldn't afford to dwell on the enormity of their mission. There was no time to second-guess their path. Every moment spent in preparation brought them closer to the heart of the reef, where the ritual would unfold. With their resolve steeled, Adrian and Serena began their plan to retrieve the necessary elements, understanding that the fate of the heart of the reef, and everything they had fought for, now rested in their hands. Serena guided Adrian through the maze of coral formations, her movements purposeful yet fluid as she led them to the secluded cove she knew so well. Hidden within the reef, the cove was a quiet sanctuary, tucked away from the fierce currents that often ravaged the more exposed areas of the ocean. The entrance, easily overlooked by those who didn't know what to look for, was a narrow passage between two massive rock formations, just wide enough to let them slip through. As they entered, the water shifted from turbulent to still, the sense of calm almost immediate. The gentle flow of the current here was a stark contrast to the chaos they had just faced in the deeper parts of the reef. The cove was a vibrant haven of life, its waters crystal clear and teeming with creatures. Colorful corals in every shade imaginable stretched across the floor, their delicate arms reaching for the sunlight that filtered down from the surface. The seaweed, a deep green interspersed with bursts of bright orange, danced in the water like an underwater forest swaying in the breeze. Schools of small, silvery fish flickered in and out of view, their bodies shimmering in the sunlight as they darted between the coral formations. Despite the urgency of their mission, the peaceful beauty of the cove seemed to slow the relentless passage of time, giving them both a moment to breathe. Serena paused for a moment, taking in the serenity of the place. This hidden cove had been a refuge for her many times in the past, a place where she could find solace amidst the constant challenges of life. Today, however, it was not just a retreat from the world, it was a critical point in their journey. The elements they needed for the ritual were scattered across the reef, but the first ingredient, an herb found only in this secluded corner, was here, thriving amidst the quiet. Serena knelt by a cluster of sea plants growing on the rocky floor, carefully plucking the delicate herb with practiced hands. It had taken her years to memorize the precise locations where these rare plants grew, and she knew that gathering them now was the first step toward ensuring the ritual would be successful. Adrian stood nearby, his eyes scanning the surroundings as he took in the peaceful environment. The beauty of the cove was not lost on him. But he was also aware of the stakes. They had no time to waste. Serena's focus on the task ahead was unwavering, and it filled him with a sense of determination. He could feel the weight of their mission pressing on him. The ritual that would break the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef was drawing closer, but it would not be an easy task. Yet, as he watched Serena work with such precision and care, he was reminded of the bond they shared, a bond that would see them through whatever challenges lay ahead. They were not alone in this. Together, they would face the darkness and bring light back to the reef. Serena's voice carried a quiet authority as she laid out the plan, her focus unwavering despite the magnitude of their mission. "We need to gather specific elements for the ritual," she began, her eyes meeting Adrian's with a look that conveyed both resolve and urgency. "The heart stone is the key, but we also need rare ingredients to amplify its power. Some of these can only be found in the deepest parts of the reef, places that are difficult to reach and dangerous to navigate." She paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle in. It wasn't just the heart stone that would break the curse. It was the combination of the elements, each one amplifying the others, that would unlock the magic they needed. Adrian listened intently, absorbing the details of Serena's explanation. He could sense the gravity of what she was saying, the dangers they would face, the risks involved in gathering these rare ingredients, and the uncertainty that still surrounded the ritual. The Heartstone, which had already proven its power, was only part of the equation. Serena spoke of ingredients that could only be found in the most perilous and remote sections of the reef, places that few ventured to, let alone survived in. Deep-sea caves, labyrinthine coral forests, and sunken shipwrecks filled with ancient magic were just a few of the locations they would need to explore. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, but they had no choice. To break the curse, they had to succeed. Serena continued, detailing the specific ingredients they would need: an elusive type of coral that bloomed only during certain lunar cycles, a rare species of bioluminescent jellyfish whose venom had unique properties, and an ancient seaweed that grew in the shadow of the tallest underwater cliffs. Each of these elements had a unique power that, when combined, would unlock the latent magic within the Heartstone and allow them to complete the ritual. The jellyfish, she added, can only be found at the edge of the abyssal chasm, where the currents are strongest. The coral blooms only under the full moon, and the seaweed can only be harvested in the most dangerous parts of the reef, where the currents are unpredictable. She looked over at Adrian, her expression resolute, but there was a flicker of concern in her eyes. "It won't be easy, but we have no choice." Adrian nodded, steeling himself for the challenges ahead. The thought of venturing into the heart of the reef, into its deepest and most dangerous corners, stirred a deep unease in him. Yet, the urgency of their mission and the trust he had in Serena kept him grounded. They had already come so far, and they had faced perilous situations before. This task, though daunting, was their final hurdle. Together, they would navigate the dangers, find the rare ingredients, and bring balance back to the heart of the reef. With a deep breath, he said, "We'll find them. No matter the danger, we'll do what it takes." Adrian's face hardened with resolve, his eyes narrowing as he listened intently to Serena's words. He understood the gravity of their situation. The curse had plagued the reef for far too long, and they were the ones chosen to end it. His determination shone through as he spoke, his voice firm. "What do we need to find?" The question was simple, but it carried the weight of their entire mission. He was ready, willing to face whatever challenges lay ahead in order to gather the elements that would finally lift the curse and restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena's gaze met Adrian's, and she gave a brief nod of appreciation for his unwavering focus. She retrieved a tattered map from her satchel, its edges worn from years of use, and laid it out before him. The map depicted the reef in intricate detail, marking various locations where the rare ingredients could be found. "We need to find 3 specific elements," Serena began, her finger tracing the path along the map as she spoke. "First, there's the coral. It's called the moonlit bloom, and it only blooms under the light of a full moon. It grows in a cavern deep beneath the reef, one that's difficult to reach because of the powerful currents in that area." Adrian leaned closer to the map, examining the marked locations with growing apprehension. The second element is a type of jellyfish called the deep flame. Serena continued, her tone steady but filled with the weight of the task. Its bioluminescent venom is needed to power the ritual, but they're found only in the most dangerous waters, near the edge of the abyssal chasm, where the currents are chaotic and unpredictable. Her finger hovered over the chasm, and Adrian could see the treacherous path that lay ahead. He swallowed hard, but his resolve remained firm. There was no turning back now. Serena paused for a moment, ensuring Adrian understood the gravity of their mission. "The final ingredient is the abyssal seaweed," she said, her voice quieter now. "It's a rare type of plant that grows on the cliffs of the reef, where the water is deep and shadowed. The currents are so fierce there that very few can approach it. But it holds immense power, and without it, the ritual cannot be completed." She looked up at Adrian, meeting his gaze with a mix of determination and concern. "These ingredients won't be easy to find, let alone harvest. We'll need to move quickly and carefully, but we don't have the luxury of time. The curse grows stronger with each passing day." Adrian nodded, his heart racing with anticipation, but his mind was clear. They had come this far, and nothing would stop them from finishing what they started. Serena's fingers carefully unrolled the ancient scroll, her eyes scanning the delicate script etched across the parchment. The words were faded but still legible, each line carrying the weight of the centuries that had passed since they were first written. She paused, her gaze narrowing as she read aloud. "First, we need the tears of the sea, a rare type of pearl that forms only in the deepest crevices of the reef." Her voice was steady, but there was an unmistakable edge of urgency in her tone. The tears of the sea were a crucial part of the ritual, their power essential to breaking the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. Adrian leaned in, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the information. "The deepest crevices?" he repeated, his voice thoughtful. "That's going to be dangerous. The reefs around those areas are unstable, and the currents are treacherous." Serena nodded, her expression resolute. The tears of the sea were known to form in the most perilous depths, hidden in tight, submerged caverns where few dared to venture. The pearls, however, were said to possess an unmatched potency. Imbued with the sorrow of the ocean itself, they were a potent catalyst for the ritual, capable of amplifying the power of the heart stone to break the curse. She continued reading, her finger tracing the faded script. "The tears are not easily collected. They must be harvested during the darkest phase of the moon, when the tides are at their lowest, and the ocean's sorrow is most palpable." Her gaze lifted from the scroll to meet Adrian's. "We'll have to time this carefully. If we miss the window, we could risk not gathering enough of their power. The deeper caverns will be surrounded by dangerous sea creatures, and the currents themselves will test our resolve." Despite the daunting nature of their task, Serena's voice carried a note of determination. There was no other option but to succeed. Adrian stood tall, his jaw set as he absorbed the enormity of what they had to do. "We've come this far. We can't turn back now," he said, his resolve unwavering. Serena offered him a small, appreciative smile, though her eyes remained focused on the task ahead. "Agreed. Once we have the tears of the sea, we can move on to the other ingredients. But time is of the essence, and the ocean is not kind to those who delay." She carefully rolled up the scroll, tucking it back into her satchel. The weight of their mission had only grown heavier, but they were one step closer to restoring balance to the reef. Together, they would face the dangers ahead. Nothing would stand in their way. "Tears of the sea," Adrian repeated, the name lingering on his lips as he considered the difficulty of the task ahead. He knew the ocean well, its shifting currents, the dark, hidden corners of the reef, and the dangers lurking in its deepest reaches. But even he felt a knot of apprehension tighten in his chest. These pearls were legendary, both for their rarity and their potency. He turned to Serena, searching her face for any sign of reassurance. Serena met his gaze, her expression thoughtful as she considered their options. "The tears form in the deepest crevices of the reef," she explained, her voice steady. "There's an area to the north of here, known as the Glooming Depths. It's where the currents are strongest, and the ocean floor is jagged with deep fissures. It's treacherous, but it's our best chance of finding the tears." Her brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the maps and old accounts she had studied. The glooming depths were notorious not only for their perilous terrain, but also for the strange, almost otherworldly creatures that made the area their home. Adrian's thoughts raced as he pictured the glooming depths in his mind. It was a place few dared to enter, even seasoned divers and sailors. "And how do we even know the tears are still there?" he asked, his voice low with skepticism. "These pearls are so rare. How can we be sure we can find them at all?" He had seen many myths in his time, and while the tears of the sea were widely known in legend, the reality of finding them seemed almost too far-fetched. Serena's gaze softened with understanding, but her determination remained firm. "The tears are said to be drawn to places where the ocean's sorrow is most concentrated," she explained. "The glooming depths are shrouded in darkness, and the waters there have been steeped in the grief of the ocean for generations. If there are any tears left in the world, it will be there. But we have to move quickly. The timing of the moon is crucial, and the tides are already beginning to shift." She paused for a moment, letting the weight of their task sink in. "It won't be easy, but it's the only way forward." Adrian nodded, his jaw tightening with resolve. There was no turning back now. "There's a cavern near the abyssal chasm where they're known to grow," Serena replied, her voice steady but tinged with an edge of caution. She didn't need to elaborate for Adrian to understand the danger they were facing. The abyssal chasm, a dark and foreboding area of the reef, had always been an area few dared to venture. Its depths were home to countless dangers, but the creature that guarded the cavern was perhaps the most terrifying of all. Known only in whispers, it was said to be a shadowy, ethereal being that thrived on the despair of those who ventured too close. Adrian's brow furrowed as he absorbed the information. "A creature that feeds on despair?" His voice was laced with disbelief. "How do we even fight something like that?" He had faced countless threats in his time, from fierce predators of the deep to treacherous underwater currents. But the idea of facing an enemy that could manipulate emotions was something entirely different. It wasn't just their physical strength that would be tested. Their resolve, their very spirit, would be challenged. Serena's gaze grew distant as she thought of the creature. The creature's power lies in its ability to invoke overwhelming feelings of hopelessness, she explained. It lures those who approach with visions of their worst fears and regrets, slowly breaking them down until they lose all will to continue. But it's not invincible. There are ancient methods to shield the mind from its influence. We'll need to stay focused and trust each other. She turned to Adrian, meeting his eyes with a quiet intensity. We can't let it get inside our heads, no matter what it shows us. If we can keep our wits, we'll be able to reach the cavern. Adrian nodded, his expression grim but resolute. Then we stay strong. We can't afford to falter now. We've come too far to let this thing stop us. His hand instinctively went to the heartstone, now securely fastened in his satchel. He drew a deep breath, steadying himself. Let's go. Together, they turned their gaze toward the abyssal chasm, the final leg of their journey lying ahead, fraught with unimaginable danger, but also with the hope of finally breaking the curse and restoring the heart of the reef. Adrian's gaze met Serena's, and in that moment, an unspoken understanding passed between them. It was a bond forged through shared struggles, the countless battles they had faced together along the way. Despite the overwhelming odds, they had always found a way to overcome each challenge. The dangers of the deep, the treacherous waters, and the dark magic of the curse had all seemed insurmountable at one point or another, yet here they were, standing together, stronger for every hardship they had endured. Serena's unwavering resolve and Adrian's fierce determination had proven time and again to be a force greater than any obstacle. The air around them seemed to still as the weight of the moment settled in. The abyssal chasm loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, but neither of them flinched. They had faced worse, had navigated through the most perilous of waters, and yet they were still standing. The creature guarding the cavern would be no different. It was merely another test, another challenge they would face side by side. Serena's strength had been his anchor when the waters grew too turbulent, and he had been her anchor when fear threatened to overtake her. Together, they were an unbreakable team, a force that had already defied the odds. Serena took a deep breath, the steady rhythm of her breath calming the rising tension in her chest. She knew Adrian was ready, that he had faith in her just as she had faith in him. They had reached this point because they had never given up on each other. In those darkest moments, when it seemed like the curse might swallow everything they loved, they had leaned on one another. And now, as they stood at the edge of the chasm, ready to face the creature that sought to feed on their despair, Serena knew that their connection was stronger than any force the creature could wield. "Let's finish this," Serena whispered, her voice steady, though her heart raced with the weight of the task ahead. Adrian nodded, his jaw set with determination. The journey had been long and fraught with peril, but now, with the culmination of their shared trials before them, the only thing left was to succeed. Together, they would navigate the final stretch, keeping their minds clear, their hearts strong, and their focus unwavering. They had already proven they could overcome anything. This creature, this final test, would be no different. "Let's go," Adrian said, his voice firm and unwavering. He knew the urgency of their mission. Every moment they delayed brought them one step closer to the curse's lasting grip on the heart of the reef. With the Heartstone and the necessary ingredients for the ritual within their reach, they couldn't afford to waste any more time. Serena nodded in agreement, her own resolve strengthening as she met his gaze. The path ahead would be fraught with peril, but they had faced unimaginable odds before. Together, they could face anything. As they made their way toward the abyssal chasm, the air grew thicker with tension. The weight of their task pressed on them like a looming storm, but Adrian's determination acted as a steadying force. He knew Serena felt the burden of their mission too, but she had always been the calm in the chaos. His heart steadied as he looked at her, the bond between them undeniable. Each challenge they had overcome had only strengthened their resolve, and this final trial would be no different. They would succeed, not because the odds were in their favor, but because they trusted each other completely. The journey to the cavern where the tears of the sea were hidden seemed to stretch on endlessly, but Adrian remained focused on their goal. He knew that each step they took was another step closer to the freedom they had been fighting for. As they approached the cavern's entrance, the air grew colder, and the ominous sense of being watched settled over them. It was as if the very waters themselves knew they were about to intrude on a sacred space. Adrian's pulse quickened, but he held his ground, keeping his mind fixed on the task at hand. They were close, so close to breaking the curse, to freeing the reef from its dark hold. Serena took a moment to glance at the cavern's entrance, where dark shadows danced, waiting for them. The creature that guarded this place was no mere beast. It was a manifestation of despair itself, feeding off the fears of those who dared to enter. But Serena had long since learned not to let fear dictate her actions. She turned to Adrian, her gaze resolute. "We've come this far," she said, her voice steady, "and we'll make it through this too. Let's finish this together." Adrian nodded in return, a silent promise passing between them. With a final, shared breath, they entered the cavern, ready to face whatever lay ahead. They set off towards the cavern, their movements swift and deliberate as they navigated through the winding underwater passages. The water around them was growing colder, and the faint echo of their movements seemed to bounce off the walls, amplifying the silence that stretched between them. Every sound they made felt oddly intrusive, like a disturbance in the quiet calm of the reef. Despite the eeriness of their surroundings, they pushed forward, urgency propelling them onward. The weight of their mission, and the growing knowledge of what they were about to face, pressed on them like a heavy tide. As they ventured deeper, the vibrant colors of the reef slowly faded, swallowed up by the encroaching darkness of the chasm. What had once been a bustling world of iridescent corals and lively sea creatures was now replaced by an unsettling stillness. The water, which had been alive with movement and color, now felt stagnant, as though time itself had slowed to a crawl. The only sound was the rhythmic pulse of their own breathing and the soft, almost imperceptible movement of their fins. Serena's heart raced in time with the steady beat, her eyes scanning the path ahead, aware of the growing sense of foreboding. With every passing moment, the light from the reef above seemed to dim, swallowed by the depth of the cavern they were entering. Shadows grew longer and darker, stretching out from every crevice, as as though the very walls were closing in on them. The sense of isolation intensified as they moved further into the depths. It was as if the ocean itself was aware of their presence, holding its breath in anticipation of the outcome. The oppressive silence weighed on them, each turn feeling more like an approach to an unknown, hidden danger. Yet, with every cautious step they took, they drew closer to their goal. Serena felt the growing tension in the water, her senses heightened, every fiber of her being alert to the slightest shift in the current. The stillness around them was unnatural, the calm before the storm. As they reached the mouth of the cavern, the silence was broken only by the faintest sound of water moving through tight crevices. They had entered the heart of something ancient, a place that had long been untouched and undisturbed. Serena's grip on the heartstone tightened, the weight of its power and the responsibility they carried settling heavily on her. With one final glance at Adrian, they crossed the threshold into the unknown, ready to face whatever waited within. When they reached the cavern, the entrance loomed before them, shrouded in an unnatural darkness that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. The water surrounding the entrance was unnervingly cold, a stark contrast to the warm currents of the reef they had just passed through. The temperature shift was immediate, sending a shiver down Serena's spine. She hesitated for a moment, taking in the sight before her. The cavern's mouth was jagged and irregular, its edges appearing almost like teeth that had been worn smooth by centuries of water erosion. It beckoned with an eerie stillness, as if waiting for them to enter, yet something about it felt wrong. Serena's instincts were on high alert, her hand instinctively resting on the hilt of a small dagger strapped to her waist. It was a modest weapon, but it offered her a sense of comfort in the face of the unknown. The blade was no match for the creatures she'd heard whispered about in the darkest corners of the ocean, but it would serve as a last line of defense if they encountered something unforeseen. Adrian stood beside her, his gaze fixed on the cavern's entrance, his expression equally wary. Though his calm demeanor never wavered, Serena could sense the tension in his posture, the slight tightening of his muscles as they prepared to move forward. The water around them seemed to thicken, the cold seeping into their bones, and the shadows beneath the surface deepened with each passing second. It felt as though something was stirring just out of sight, watching them with an almost predatory patience. Serena took a slow, steady breath, attempting to quell the rising unease. She had seen the power of the ocean's creatures before, its monsters, its guardians, and its protectors, but this place felt different. The air itself seemed heavy with a silent warning, as if nature itself was cautioning them against proceeding. Despite the unease clawing at her senses, Serena straightened, her eyes narrowing with determination. "We've come this far," she muttered, more to herself than to Adrian. "We can't turn back now." With that, she began to move forward, the dagger still resting in her hand, ready to draw if necessary. The weight of the moment pressed on her as they approached the cavern's mouth, the darkness within seeming to grow more oppressive with each step. It was a journey they had no choice but to take, one that would bring them closer to their goal but also deeper into the heart of the danger they sought to overcome. "Stay close," Serena whispered, her voice barely audible over the soft hum of the currents that swirled around them. The air was thick with tension, each movement in the water amplifying their sense of urgency. The cavern loomed larger now, its dark maw seemingly ready to swallow them whole. She turned to Adrian, her eyes meeting his with a silent but firm command. "The creature that guards the tears of the sea is drawn to fear. We must remain calm and focused." Her words hung heavy between them, a reminder of the peril that awaited them inside. Adrian nodded, his expression tight but resolute. He could feel the weight of Serena's warning pressing on him. The idea of a creature that thrived on fear sent a chill through his bones, but he knew better than to let it show. The last thing they needed was to fall into the very trap the creature was waiting for. The dim light from the reef no longer reached them. Only the faint glow of their own movements and the eerie, ever-shifting shadows from within the cavern illuminated their path. Despite their resolve, the darkness seemed to press in on them, almost tangible in its oppressive silence. As they moved deeper into the cavern, the temperature continued to drop, the cold creeping into their bones, making it harder to focus. The shadows cast strange shapes on the cavern's walls, as if the darkness itself was alive, shifting with each passing moment. Serena led the way, every sense alert, as she carefully navigated the rocky path. Adrian followed, his every step measured, trying to breathe evenly and resist the creeping tendrils of panic that threatened to take hold. He kept his focus on Serena's steady figure ahead of him, a quiet anchor in the midst of the unnerving stillness. The sound of water echoed in the cavern, amplifying the silence between them, but there was something more, something deeper in the rhythm of the currents. The pulse of the ocean seemed to grow louder, as though it was syncing with their hearts, quickening in anticipation. Serena could feel it, too, the pull of something ancient and powerful that stirred in the depths of the cavern, watching them. Her grip tightened on her dagger, and she glanced back at Adrian, her gaze steady but urgent. "We need to stay in control," she murmured. "It's not just the creature we have to worry about. The deeper we go, the more the reef itself will test us." They entered the cavern, and the darkness closed around them like a living entity, swallowing them whole. The familiar light of the reef was now a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive blackness that seemed to pulse with an unseen, malevolent presence. The water around them grew colder, the current more sluggish, as though the very ocean had become thick with anticipation. The walls of the cavern loomed on either side, jagged rocks jutting out like the teeth of some ancient beast. Each movement they made sent ripples through the stagnant water, and the air felt heavy with the weight of ages. As they ventured deeper into the cavern, a sense of foreboding thickened the space between them. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant murmur of shifting currents. Serena's every step was cautious, each one measured as she led the way. Adrian followed closely behind, his every instinct alert. The cold began to seep into his bones, chilling him to the core, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched, as though eyes in the dark were tracking their every movement. Despite the tension, they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that they were so close to their goal. Then, at the far end of the cavern, a faint glow began to pierce through the darkness. It was a soft, eerie light, pulsing like a heartbeat, and for a moment, it seemed to beckon them forward. The glow intensified as they approached, revealing the source, a cluster of radiant pearls, nestled carefully within a crevice of a massive rock formation. These pearls, shimmering with an otherworldly iridescence, were the tears of the sea, legendary and elusive, known to possess the potent magic required for the ritual. The sight of them sent a thrill through Serena, but she knew that they were not alone in this place. The presence that lingered in the shadows was still there, watching, waiting. The water around the cluster of pearls seemed to shimmer unnaturally, ripples forming without any visible cause. As they drew closer, a strange pressure built in the air, as though the very space around them was thickening, pulling at their very being. The energy in the cavern was becoming almost tangible, a heavy force that seemed to suffocate the life from the surroundings. Serena's eyes locked on the cluster of pearls, her pulse quickening. They had come this far, but now the real test began. They had to take the pearls without disturbing the unnatural stillness, without alerting the creature that lay in wait. Every instinct told her to move swiftly, but she knew they had to be careful. One wrong move, and everything they had worked for could slip from their grasp. Adrian moved with careful precision, his senses heightened as he surveyed the cavern. His eyes darted over every jagged rock, every shadow, searching for any sign of movement. The oppressive silence weighed heavily on him, each step feeling like it could provoke something lurking in the dark. His hand tightened around the dagger at his side, a silent reminder that they were not alone in this place. The eerie glow of the pearls ahead drew his focus, but he couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that something was watching, waiting for them to make a mistake. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a low, guttural growl that reverberated through the cavern's walls, sending a shiver down Adrian's spine. The growl was deep, primal, and filled with a menacing power that sent a wave of dread crashing over him. The water around them rippled, disturbed by an unseen force moving swiftly beneath the surface. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he instinctively reached for Serena's arm, pulling her slightly behind him. His eyes scanned the water, his heart pounding in his chest. The growl had come from somewhere in the darkness, and the presence that had been lurking just out of sight was now drawing closer. From the shadows of the cavern, massive shape began to emerge, its movements slow but deliberate. The creature's form was twisted and grotesque, an unnatural blend of shadow and substance. Its body seemed to writhe and shift as if it was not entirely bound by the physical world. Scales that gleamed with an oily sheen covered its limbs, and its limbs were long and clawed, perfect for dragging through the water. But it was the creature's eyes that sent a wave of terror through Adrian, pools of dark, glowing light that burned with an intense, malevolent hunger. It was as if those eyes could see straight through him, knowing his every fear and weakness. The creature let out another low growl, louder this time, a warning or perhaps a challenge. The water around it swirled violently, the creature's presence disturbing the currents with an almost unnatural force. Adrian's grip on his dagger tightened, his mind racing for a plan. They had come too far to turn back now, but the creature stood between them and their goal. Every instinct told him to prepare for a fight, but part of him hesitated. He could feel the raw, untamed power emanating from the creature. This was no ordinary guardian. It was something ancient, something tied to the depths of the ocean itself. Serena's voice cut through the tension like a blade, steady and clear despite the rising danger. She met Adrian's gaze, her eyes sharp with resolve. "Keep your mind clear," she urged, her tone unwavering. The fear that had begun to coil in Adrian's chest at the sight of the creature seemed to dissipate, if only slightly, as Serena's calm presence anchored him. She reached for her dagger, the glint of the blade catching the dim light that filtered through the cavern's shadowy depths. The weapon felt familiar in her hand, an extension of her focus and determination. She stood ready, her body poised for action, but her mind remained sharp, calculating. The creature in front of them stirred, its growls deepening in frequency, each one rippling through the water with a sickening, guttural force. It was clear now that it was more than just a physical threat, it was an embodiment of the very despair that it fed on. Every shadowy tendril of its form seemed to pulse with darkness, as if it thrived on the fear and hesitation of those who dared to enter its domain. Serena knew that if they allowed themselves to succumb to panic, they would lose. This creature fed on that fear, growing stronger with every flicker of doubt. They couldn't let it have the upper hand. Serena's words sank deep into Adrian's mind, grounding him in the face of this monstrous guardian. He focused on the task at hand, the tears of the sea, the pearls that could amplify the Heartstone's power. They were so close, and the momentary hesitation he felt began to melt away. The creature's gaze, burning with that malevolent glow, was powerful, but Adrian had faced greater dangers before. They were not going to let fear control them, not now. The path to saving the reef and breaking the curse was before them, and that was where his focus needed to stay. With a deep, steadying breath, Adrian gripped his own dagger and silently nodded to Serena, the shared determination between them reigniting like a spark in the dark. As if sensing their renewed resolve, the creature snarled and surged forward, its massive form twisting in the water with terrifying speed. The dark energy surrounding it pulsed, threatening to overwhelm them, but Serena stood firm. "We move together," she said, her voice a command as much as a reassurance. The plan was simple: distract the creature, create an opening, and make their way to the pearls. There was no room for error. With one last glance at Adrian, she dove forward, her movements fluid and calculated. She didn't wait to see if he followed, she knew he would. Together, they would face this creature, and they would succeed. Adrian's grip on his sword tightened, the cool steel familiar and reassuring in his hand. His muscles tensed in preparation as the creature's grotesque form surged forward, its glowing eyes fixed on them with predatory intent. With a swift nod to Serena, they fell into perfect synchronization, their movements fluid as they evaded the creature's vicious strikes. Adrian's sword flashed through the water, a blur of steel, deflecting the creature's claws as it lashed out in desperation. They moved like one, the years of training and shared battles manifesting in each calculated dodge and strike. They didn't need to speak, the bond between them was all the communication they needed. The cavern around them seemed to shrink as the creature grew more erratic, its growls becoming more frantic, more desperate. The air pulsed with the heavy weight of danger, but Serena remained focused, her sharp eyes locked on the cluster of pearls nestled in the crevice. With a fluid motion, she darted forward, her hand reaching for the tears of the sea. The moment her fingers brushed against the cool, smooth surface of the first pearl, a surge of energy shot through her. It was as if the water itself responded to her touch, ripples of magical power dancing through the cavern. The pearls, ancient and powerful, seemed to recognize her as their rightful bearer. As Serena carefully collected the precious pearls, the creature's movements grew more chaotic. It sensed the shift in the currents, the weakening of its hold on the power it had been guarding for so long. The deep, guttural growls it emitted became more shrill, laced with a sense of urgency and panic. It lunged at them with a renewed frenzy, thrashing through the water with vicious force. The once dark waters surrounding them now seemed to hum with tension, the creature's growing desperation tangible in the air. Every movement it made now was a futile attempt to reclaim its lost control, but it was too late. Serena's hand closed around the final pearl, and she could feel its power radiating through her like a pulse of energy. With the pearls now safely secured, Serena signaled to Adrian. They were nearly finished, but the final stretch was crucial. The creature wasn't going to give up easily. It was fueled by desperation and the centuries of torment it had experienced as the guardian of the tears of the sea. Adrian met her gaze, determination flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, they surged forward together, drawing upon the strength of their unity, and the knowledge that they had what they came for. The battle was far from over, but they had taken the first step toward breaking the curse. And that was all that mattered. With the tears of the sea secured in Serena's hand, the urgency of their mission propelled them into action. They moved with precision, every step measured, their bodies instinctively working in tandem as they retraced their path through the cavern. The darkness, once heavy with danger and the malevolent energy of the creature, seemed to retreat in their wake. As they passed through the jagged rocks and narrow passageways, the oppressive weight that had clung to the cavern began to lift. The low growls of the creature, once deafening, grew more distant, fading into an eerie silence that marked their successful retreat. Serena led the way, her keen senses alert to any shift in the water, any sudden movement that might signal danger. But as they moved deeper into the cavern's belly and towards the exit, she felt the pulse of magic begin to change. The air was no longer thick with the creature's presence, no longer crackling with the same foreboding energy. It was as if the water itself had sighed in relief, its former tensions slowly dissipating. Adrian remained close behind, his eyes scanning their surroundings, but he, too, sensed the difference in the currents. The stillness of the water was a welcome sign. When they finally emerged from the cavern, the world outside seemed to greet them with an entirely different atmosphere. The water around them, once cold and heavy, now felt lighter, the familiar flow of the reef's currents gentler against their skin. The darkness that had clung to the chasm now seemed like a distant memory, replaced by a newfound calm that filled the water like a healing balm. The oppressive weight of the curse, the creature's guardianship, and the fear that had previously overshadowed their mission all seemed to fade into the past. It was as though a great burden had been lifted, both from the reef and from their shoulders. They shared a brief, knowing glance as they swam through the now serene waters. The path ahead was still fraught with challenges, but this victory, this moment of peace, was a reminder of what they had already accomplished. The tears of the sea were theirs, the next step of the ritual was within their grasp, and the heart of the reef was one step closer to being restored. The journey was far from over, but with each passing moment, they felt the weight of their mission shift, and for the first time in a long while, they allowed themselves a breath of relief. Serena's fingers worked with precision as she gently placed the delicate, iridescent pearls into the small, enchanted pouch she carried. The pouch shimmered with a faint glow, its magic ensuring that the powerful energy of the tears of the sea would be preserved and protected. The moment the last pearl was nestled safely inside, she tied the pouch securely, her movements slow and deliberate. A faint sense of relief washed over her, though it was tempered by the realization that their journey was far from over. "One element down," she said, her voice soft but filled with a quiet triumph. "But we still have more to gather." Adrian watched her for a moment, noting the subtle change in her demeanor. The weight of their quest had not lightened, but the success of their first major task was undeniably a victory. He could see the weariness in her eyes, the exhaustion that lingered despite the relief she felt. Their bond had grown through each trial they faced, and he understood the unspoken pressure she carried, how each step forward came with its own weight. "What's next?" he asked, breaking the silence that had settled between them, his voice steady, ready to continue their mission. Serena exhaled deeply, running a hand through her wet hair before reaching for the ancient scroll once more. She unfurled it with careful hands, her eyes scanning the delicate, fading text. "Next, we need to find the heartleaf vines," she explained, her tone resolute despite the complexities of their task. "They grow in the deepest caverns of the reef, but only during the time of the full moon. We'll need to be quick, or we'll miss our chance." Her gaze shifted to the horizon, the reef stretching out before them in a vast and daunting expanse. The thought of navigating the reef's darker, more treacherous waters made her stomach tighten, but there was no turning back. Adrian nodded in agreement, his resolve firm. He had been by her side through every challenge, and though the path ahead seemed just as perilous as the one they had already traveled, he knew they could face it together. The glow of the Heartstone, now safely secured, flickered at his side, a reminder of their ultimate goal. "Then let's not waste any time," he said, his voice low but filled with purpose. "We've come this far. We'll gather the heartleaf vines and complete this ritual, no matter what it takes." The weight of the quest still pressed upon them, but with each step forward, they grew more determined to restore balance to the heart of the reef. Their next destination was the Grove of the Ancients, a mysterious and sacred underwater forest hidden deep within the reef. It was a place rarely spoken of, even among the most seasoned of ocean explorers, and it was said to be a land where time itself seemed to bend. The grove was home to the roots of towering kelp trees, their massive trunks reaching upward toward the water's surface, their deep green leaves swaying like the arms of ancient guardians. At the heart of these trees, embedded within the labyrinth of roots, lay the essence of life, an elusive and powerful force known to strengthen the connection between the Heartstone and the natural world of the reef. Serena's voice trembled slightly as she recounted the legend of the essence. She had heard stories of its power, how it could revive dying coral reefs and restore balance to the ocean's ecosystems. As they set off toward the grove, the mood between them shifted. The journey to find the essence was fraught with uncertainty, the reef's natural beauty a stark contrast to the urgency of their mission. The water grew progressively colder as they moved deeper into the heart of the reef, signaling the proximity of the Grove of the Ancients. The familiar vibrant colors of the coral gave way to darker, more muted shades of blue and green. The silence around them was profound, broken only by the soft fluttering of fish that darted in and out of the kelp forests, and the occasional creak of ancient trees swaying in the current. It was a place of eerie calm, as if the very waters respected the power contained within the grove. Serena's gaze never wavered as she led the way, her movements purposeful but cautious. She had spent much time studying the reef and its legends, yet nothing had prepared her for the intimidating vastness of the grove. The trees were enormous, their roots curling like gnarled fingers through the sandy seabed, weaving a tangled network of life and magic. Here, in the heart of this natural wonder, the essence of life was kept hidden, not easily found, as it required one to prove their worth and respect for the ancient powers of the reef. "We must approach carefully," Serena murmured, her voice low. "The essence doesn't reveal itself to just anyone. It must be called forth, but only with the purest of intentions." Adrian, sensing the gravity of the task ahead, nodded without hesitation. He had seen the bond between Serena and the reef, her deep understanding of its ways and the respect she commanded among its creatures. He trusted her instincts and knew that, with her guidance, they would succeed. The further they ventured into the grove, the more the water seemed to thrum with a quiet energy, the pressure of the unseen forces mounting with each passing moment. As they neared the first of the towering kelp trees, the air around them seemed to hum with life, as if the grove itself was alive, watching, waiting. "Let's proceed carefully," he said, his tone steady but filled with quiet reverence. Together, they moved forward, knowing that the essence of life was within reach, but so too were the trials that would test their worth. The journey to the grove of the ancients was long, but the deeper they ventured into the underwater forest, the more the tension of their mission seemed to soften, if only briefly. The rhythmic pulse of the ocean around them became a calming backdrop, muffling the weight of their task. The kelp trees rose like ancient giants from the ocean floor, their thick, twisted trunks twisting upward into the depths, stretching higher than any trees they had seen before. Their leaves, long and slender, swayed with the currents, creating a soft rustling sound that was almost soothing. Sunlight filtered through the water, casting dappled beams of pale gold that danced across the trunks and roots of the trees, painting the surroundings with an ethereal glow. The water here was clear, the soft light illuminating the diverse marine life that flitted between the towering trees, adding a sense of tranquility to the otherwise tense atmosphere. As they moved further into the grove, the space around them seemed to grow more intimate, the trees forming a natural canopy overhead, their leaves like protective arms surrounding them. The water was cooler here, with a crispness to it that made each breath feel like an offering to the ancient forces that guarded the grove. The forest was alive with movement, from the delicate fish darting through the kelp to the slow, graceful swirls of sea anemones that clung to the roots of the trees. Everywhere they looked, the forest teemed with life, yet there was a profound stillness to the place, as though the creatures that called it home understood the sanctity of their environment. The serenity of the grove contrasted sharply with the urgency of their mission, a reminder that nature's beauty could exist even in the most perilous of tasks. Despite the calming effect of the surroundings, Serena knew they couldn't afford to linger. The essence of life, hidden deep within the roots of the ancient kelp trees, was their next challenge. The grove, beautiful as it was, held its secrets closely, and gaining access to the essence would require both reverence and skill. Serena's eyes scanned the surroundings, noting the intricate network of roots that sprawled beneath the surface, some reaching far deeper than others. She could sense the energy of the grove, the pulse of ancient magic that ran through the water like a heartbeat. This place was older than the reef itself, a repository of forgotten power, and she knew that the essence would not simply reveal itself to them. It would require something more, a willingness to prove their worth. Adrian, too, felt the weight of the moment. His eyes followed the graceful sway of the kelp trees, noting how the light changed with every movement of the water, casting the grove in an almost dreamlike haze. Despite the beauty that surrounded them, he remained focused on their goal. He had seen the way the heartstone had reacted to the energies of the reef and understood the importance of the essence. It was the final piece needed to complete the ritual, but obtaining it would not be without its challenges. He glanced at Serena, his expression one of quiet determination, knowing that whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. With the path ahead clearer but no less perilous, they pressed on, deeper into the heart of the grove, ready to claim the essence and move closer to restoring balance to the heart of the reef. Adrian and Serena moved with quiet precision through the underwater grove, their eyes scanning the sprawling network of roots that wove through the sand and stone. The silence around them was broken only by the soft rustling of kelp and the distant hum of ocean currents, yet there was a palpable sense of anticipation in the water. Every step they took seemed measured, as though the very atmosphere of the grove demanded reverence. The essence of life was hidden deep within the roots of the ancient kelp trees, and they knew that finding the right one would be a delicate task. The longer they searched, the more aware they became of the weight of their mission, but their determination remained unwavering, and the connection between them grew stronger with each passing moment. The trees around them were ancient, their roots sprawling in tangled masses, many of them disappearing into the darkness of the ocean floor. Some roots were thick and twisted, while others appeared almost delicate, their strands reaching for the light filtering from above. After what felt like hours of searching, Serena's gaze fixed on one particular tree, its roots curling upward from the seabed in an intricate pattern that seemed almost alive. It was the very tree described in the ancient scroll, its bark worn and weathered with age, yet still pulsing with a faint, golden glow. The air around it seemed charged with energy, and Serena could feel the weight of its power as she approached. She motioned to Adrian, signaling that they had found the source they sought. Kneeling beside the ancient tree, Serena extended her hands, carefully tracing the thick, gnarled roots. Her fingers brushed over the textured surface, feeling for the hidden essence that the scroll had described. The roots were rough beneath her touch, but she could sense a deep, pulsing energy within them, a current of life that flowed through the very heart of the tree. She moved with caution, each movement deliberate and slow, not wanting to disturb the delicate balance that had kept the essence hidden for so long. Her breath was steady as she continued her search, knowing that one wrong move could cause the ancient magic to slip away, taking with it their chance at completing the ritual. Adrian stood just behind her, his eyes scanning the surrounding grove for any signs of danger, but his attention often returned to Serena. He could see the concentration on her face, the way her fingers moved with precision as she uncovered the secret she sought. He knew that the essence of life was vital to the success of their mission, but it was more than just an ingredient. It was a symbol of the life force that connected the reef, the heartstone, and the very balance of the world they were trying to protect. As Serena continued her careful exploration of the roots, Adrian's thoughts drifted to the journey ahead, knowing that this was only one part of their mission. But for now, they had to remain focused, trusting in the strength of their bond and the wisdom Serena had gained from years of living among the reef's secrets. Together, they would unlock the magic that had been waiting to be restored. Serena's voice was a soft whisper as she carefully extracted a small vial from her satchel, its delicate glass shimmering faintly in the filtered light. The vial was specially crafted, enchanted to preserve the essence it would soon hold without disrupting the delicate balance of the underwater grove. She held it with both hands, her movements deliberate and precise, as though the slightest misstep could shatter the fragile moment. The roots of the ancient kelp tree pulsed gently beneath her fingers, their energy thrumming through the water, a deep connection between nature and the forces they were trying to harness. Adrian watched her with quiet admiration, sensing the immense responsibility she carried in this moment. He knew the essence they were about to collect would play a pivotal role in the success of the ritual, its power intertwined with the very life force of the reef itself. With practiced care, Serena positioned the vial near the root, her fingers lightly brushing the surface of the kelp's bark. As she touched the root, she could feel a slight hum, a connection forming between the vial and the tree's ancient energy. She had done this before, but the process was always one of reverence. Drawing a slow breath, she began the intricate ritual of extracting the essence, her fingers gently coaxing it from the root. The vial began to fill with a soft, golden liquid, the essence pulsing with the rhythm of the ocean itself. The glow from the vial mirrored the faint light that surrounded the tree, the essence taking on an almost ethereal quality as it filled the small container. Serena's concentration never wavered as she continued the delicate process, aware that the essence was not just a physical substance, but a symbol of the deep magic that sustained the reef. As the vial slowly filled, Adrian stood watch, his attention fixed on their surroundings. The grove, though peaceful, held an air of ancient power, and he knew the forces within it were not to be underestimated. The soft rustling of the kelp above them was the only sound that broke the silence, but Adrian could feel the weight of their task pressing upon him. He kept his senses alert, ready for anything that might disrupt the delicate process Serena was undertaking. The essence of life was vital to the success of the ritual, and he had no doubt that their entire mission hinged on the success of this moment. He glanced at Serena, noting the calm determination in her expression, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for the strength she brought to their partnership. With a final, careful movement, Serena sealed the vial, the golden essence now contained within its glass walls. She held it up to the light, watching the liquid shimmer within. A sense of relief washed over her, knowing that they had successfully gathered the essence without harming the ancient tree. "We have it," she said softly, her voice a mixture of triumph and exhaustion. The vial, now holding the essence of life, was a tangible reminder of the responsibility they carried, one step closer to completing the ritual that would restore balance to the heart of the reef. Serena carefully placed the vial back into her satchel, her fingers lingering on it for a moment, as if drawing strength from its energy. Together, they had secured another piece of the puzzle, but they knew their journey was far from over. Serena's hands moved with practiced precision, her focus unbroken as the vial slowly filled with the golden liquid. The essence seeped from the gnarled roots, its glow faint at first but growing stronger as it filled the container. The liquid shimmered with an almost otherworldly radiance, pulsing with the life force of the ancient kelp tree. Each drop seemed to hum with energy, resonating with the rhythm of the ocean itself. Serena could feel the power flowing into the vial, a steady current of magic that would amplify the strength of the heartstone and the ritual. She could sense the weight of the task ahead, the delicate balance she had to maintain between gathering the essence and preserving the life of the reef. Every movement was deliberate, ensuring no harm was done to the roots, no imbalance created in the fragile ecosystem surrounding them. The golden liquid swirled inside the vial as it filled, its glow intensifying with each passing moment. It was both beautiful and powerful, a tangible reminder of the ancient forces they were working with. Serena's concentration never wavered, her fingers steady as she guided the essence into the vial. The grove around them seemed to hold its breath, the air thick with the quiet pulse of life. Even the water seemed to slow, as if acknowledging the gravity of the moment. Serena knew that this essence, drawn directly from the heart of the ancient tree, held immense power. It would not only serve as a vital component in their ritual, but also symbolize the very essence of the reef's strength and vitality. As the last drops of the essence filled the vial, the golden liquid shimmered, its light now steady and bright. Serena paused for a brief moment, her eyes locked on the vial, a sense of awe washing over her. She had successfully gathered the essence, a critical piece in their quest to break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. With a soft breath, she closed the vial, sealing the precious liquid inside. The soft clicking of the seal echoed through the stillness of the grove, a sound of completion. Serena's fingers lingered on the glass for a heartbeat longer, feeling the warmth of the essence contained within. She could almost hear the whispers of the ocean in response, a quiet acknowledgement of the power they now held in their hands. With a final glance at the ancient tree, Serena tucked the vial safely away into her satchel, ensuring it was secure before standing up. The grove seemed to exhale, the tension in the water lifting as they prepared to continue their journey. Serena's mind was already turning toward the next phase of their mission, but for now, she allowed herself a moment of quiet satisfaction. The essence of life was one of the most difficult elements to gather, and now they had it. With Adrian by her side and the strength of the reef flowing through them, Serena felt a renewed sense of purpose. They were one step closer to completing the ritual and restoring balance to the heart of the reef. Serena stood tall, the vial of essence of life carefully secured in her satchel, her gaze sweeping over the grove. The underwater forest around them seemed alive, its ancient trees whispering in the currents, as though acknowledging the completion of this part of their journey. The air was thick with the energy of the place, the essence of life itself pulsing through the very water surrounding them. In her hands, the heart stone and the tears of the sea felt heavy with power, their importance undeniable. Serena's mind raced through the next steps, her sense of urgency sharpening. While they had gathered the crucial components needed for the ritual, the path forward was not yet clear. The ritual itself would require more than just the right ingredients. It needed the right people, those who could help ensure its success and provide protection against the dangers they still faced. The realization settled over her like a heavy wave. The heart of the reef, the source of life and power for the entire ecosystem, was fragile. They could not perform the ritual alone. While Serena and Adrian had come this far with strength and determination, the reef was vast, its mysteries deep, and its threats unknown. They would need to gather allies, those who shared their cause and were capable of defending the reef from the forces that had already sought to corrupt it. It wasn't just the curse that loomed over them, but the looming darkness that threatened to tear the delicate balance of the ocean apart. Serena felt the weight of the responsibility press on her shoulders as she looked at Adrian, who stood silently by her side, his expression as resolute as ever. Adrian, who had been silently contemplating their situation, nodded in agreement. His thoughts mirrored hers. They had fought their way through treacherous waters, gathered rare and powerful elements, but now the true challenge lay in the ritual itself. Performing it would require more than just the ingredients. It would require the strength and unity of those who could stand with them. There were many who lived within the reefs, creatures of the deep, beings of the tide, who could be called upon to lend their aid. But would they answer? Serena and Adrian both knew that trust had to be earned, alliances forged in the fires of mutual respect and a shared cause. And though they had made great strides, the journey was not over. They would need to find these allies quickly and convince them of the importance of their mission. Serena exhaled slowly, her eyes narrowing as she scanned the horizon of the grove. "We can't wait too long," she murmured, more to herself than to Adrian. "The longer we wait, the greater the risk of the curse reasserting itself. We'll need to act swiftly, gather those we can, and prepare for the ritual. If we fail..." Her voice trailed off, the gravity of the situation evident in her silence. Yet despite the looming uncertainty, there was a glimmer of hope in her heart. With the allies they needed, and with their bond stronger than ever, they could still tip the balance in their favor. The heartstone, the tears of the sea, the essence of life, they were all pieces of a puzzle, and now, they needed to find the final pieces. The guardians of the reef, those who would help them ensure the balance was restored and the curse finally broken. Adrian's mind raced as he thought back to their encounters during their journey. The merfolk, graceful and elusive, had watched them from the shadows, their movements always just beyond reach but never fully out of sight. He remembered the way their eyes gleamed with ancient knowledge, as though they were more attuned to the secrets of the ocean than anyone else he had met. They were creatures of the sea, bound to the heart of the reef in a way that humans like himself could never truly understand. If anyone could help them restore balance, it was them. But gaining their trust would not be easy. The merfolk were cautious, guarding their loyalty as fiercely as the waters they called home. Still, Adrian knew that without them, their chances of succeeding in the ritual were slim. Then there was the mysterious figure, the one who had appeared seemingly from nowhere to offer cryptic advice in their most desperate moment. Adrian could still remember the figure's strange aura, an ancient presence, unfathomable and wise, yet somehow otherworldly in a way that unsettled him. What the figure had said, though, had resonated deeply within him. They had been told that the success of their mission depended not just on the ingredients they gathered, but on the allies they could rally from every corner of the reef. The strange words lingered in Adrian's mind like a riddle. The strength of the reef is not just in its heart, but in its people. It was clear now that the figure's message had been more than just advice. It had been a warning, urging them to seek out those who could offer more than just their strength. But who else was there to call upon? The task ahead would require more than just brute force. It would require unity. As the weight of their next steps pressed down on him, Adrian looked at Serena. Her steady gaze mirrored his own resolve, and he knew that she, too, understood the urgency. "The merfolk may be our best chance," he said, his voice laced with both determination and uncertainty. "But we can't forget the others. There are creatures in these waters, beasts of the deep, guardians of the ancient tides. If we're to succeed, we may need to ask for their help as well." He knew the creatures of the deep were not to be taken lightly. They were proud, fierce, and often unwilling to cooperate with outsiders. But the fate of the reef rested in their hands, and Adrian was certain that the creatures, like the merfolk, had their own stake in the reef's survival. The urgency of the situation was clear. Time was slipping away. The curse that had plagued the heart of the reef would not wait for them to gather allies. The very balance of the ocean was at risk, and without the help of those who truly understood the depths of its power, their efforts could be in vain. "We'll need to act fast," Adrian said, his voice firm as he turned to Serena. "We'll start with the merfolk and then seek out the other creatures who may lend us their strength. We can't afford to waste any more time." With resolve settling in his chest, Adrian felt the weight of their mission more than ever, but he also felt something else, a glimmer of hope. They were not alone in this. The reef, in all its mystery and power, had allies waiting to be called upon. And now, it was time to reach out and gather them. As Adrian and Serena made their way back to the surface, the weight of their success and the looming challenges ahead settled heavily on their shoulders. The waters that had once seemed so familiar now felt more like an obstacle than a haven, a constant reminder of the perilous journey still before them. They had gathered the necessary components for the ritual, but the path to breaking the curse was far from straightforward. Their first step was clear. They had to return to the temple where it all began, the sacred place where they had first learned of the curse's power and its devastating effects on the heart of the reef. The temple held the ancient energies required to perform the ritual, and they needed to prepare the space for the final act of their mission. But as important as the temple was, it wasn't the only thing on their minds. Before they could proceed to the temple, however, they knew they had to rally their allies. The merfolk, who had watched over the reef for generations, would be crucial in providing support during the ritual. Their deep knowledge of the waters and their ability to navigate its hidden paths made them invaluable. But the merfolk were a cautious people, slow to trust outsiders. Serena had an unspoken understanding with them, but gaining their full cooperation would take careful persuasion and a demonstration of their commitment to the reef's survival. They would also need to call upon the mysterious figures they had encountered along the way, those who had offered cryptic advice and subtle guidance, who now might hold the key to unlocking the final steps of the ritual. Serena's mind raced with the strategy they would need to employ to unite such disparate forces. She knew that each ally brought a unique strength to the table, but aligning them in a common cause would take time, coordination, and an understanding of their fears and motivations. The heart of the reef was at the center of all things, and its restoration required not only the physical components they had gathered but also the collective willpower of those who lived in its shadow. Serena glanced at Adrian, silently acknowledging the complexity of their task. It would take more than strength to succeed, it would take unity. As the surface drew nearer, the sky above them seemed to be an open canvas, the colors of twilight beginning to paint the world with streaks of purple and gold. The fading light seemed to symbolize both the danger and the opportunity they now faced. With the temple ahead and their allies scattered across the reef, Adrian and Serena knew that every step they took from here would be critical. They would have to move swiftly, but also carefully, knowing that the forces working against them were just as determined. Their resolve was unshaken, the heart of the reef depended on them, and they were ready to do whatever it took to protect it. As the final stages of their quest began to take shape, a sense of urgency settled over Adrian and Serena. The weight of their responsibility felt heavier with each passing moment, the realization that they were on the cusp of a pivotal moment in the fate of the heart of the reef. They had gathered the essential components for the ritual, the heartstone, the tears of the sea, and the essence of life, each piece a crucial part of a delicate puzzle. The pieces were in place, but the final task remained, performing the dark ritual that would break the curse and restore balance to the reef. With the ritual's success hanging in the balance, every decision, every movement, would be critical. Adrian's thoughts were focused, his mind constantly running through the plan they had crafted. He knew that the ritual itself would require every ounce of strength and precision they had. It was not just the physical effort of gathering the elements and aligning them in the temple. The ritual would also demand their emotional and mental resolve. They would be facing the culmination of a journey that had tested their limits in every way possible. But despite the daunting nature of the task ahead, Adrian felt a sense of clarity. They had been through so much together, and their bond had only grown stronger in the face of adversity. They were no longer just two individuals. Together, they were a force capable of withstanding whatever the ritual would demand of them. Serena, too, felt the weight of the task ahead. The ritual was dark, ancient, and fraught with dangers, both known and unknown. She knew the risks, having studied the scroll and the temple's history. But she had also witnessed the strength they possessed when they worked as one. Their combined knowledge, skills, and unwavering commitment to the reef made them uniquely qualified to face the ritual's demands. The thought of failing wasn't an option. Too much was at stake, not just the heart of the reef, but the lives of those who depended on its survival. Serena steadied her breath, knowing that with each step they took, they moved closer to the moment that would define their lives. As the plan solidified in their minds, the sense of destiny enveloped them. They were not just fighting to save the reef, they were fighting for the future of a world that was as fragile as it was beautiful. The dark ritual would test them in ways they could not yet fully comprehend, but they were prepared. Every challenge they had faced up until this point had led them to this moment. The sacrifices, the alliances forged, the dangers confronted, they had shaped them into the individuals standing at the precipice of the reef's fate. And as they exchanged a silent glance, their resolve was unwavering. The journey ahead was uncertain, but they were ready to face it together, knowing that the success or failure of the ritual would shape the course of their destinies forever. Chapter 32: A Treacherous Journey. The horizon was darkened by swirling storm clouds as Adrian and Serena stood on the edge of the reef, preparing for what could be the most perilous part of their mission. The air was thick with tension, and the seas seemed to grow uneasy, mirroring the anxiety that weighed heavily on them. They had gathered most of the necessary components for the ritual: the heartstone, the tears of the sea, and the essence of life. But one crucial element remained elusive, a mythical substance known as the blood of the kraken. This rare and dangerous ingredient was said to possess unparalleled power, capable of amplifying the ritual's magic to a degree that could break the curse once and for all. The blood of the kraken, however, was not easily obtained. It was hidden deep within the abyssal depths, a vast and mysterious underwater trench that few had dared to explore and even fewer had survived. The abyssal depths were infamous for their treacherous nature. The trench stretched for miles, a labyrinth of sharp, jagged rocks and swirling currents that could easily tear apart even the strongest of ships. But it wasn't just the physical dangers that made this part of the journey so daunting. It was the mysterious creatures that called the trench home. Gigantic, terrifying beings lurked in the darkness, waiting for any sign of weakness from those who dared enter their domain. Legends told of monstrous sea serpents, colossal squids, and most ominously, the kraken, a creature so ancient and powerful that its blood was said to be imbued with dark, primal magic. The risks were immense, but the importance of the blood of the kraken was undeniable. Without it, the ritual could not succeed, and the curse would remain unbroken. Serena, ever the calm and collected leader, took a deep breath as she surveyed the churning waters below them. She knew the dangers of the abyssal depths all too well. Her heart ached at the thought of what lay ahead, but she also felt a sense of resolve. They had come this far, overcoming countless obstacles, and turning back now wasn't an option. The weight of their mission pressed heavily on her shoulders, but Serena knew that they were prepared. She glanced at Adrian, who stood beside her, his face set in a determined expression. The trust between them was unwavering. They had faced so much together, and though this next challenge would be their greatest yet, she had no doubt that they could face it together. Adrian, too, felt the gravity of the task ahead. The abyssal trench seemed like an impossible place to survive, let alone retrieve something as dangerous as the blood of the kraken. Yet he was resolute. He had witnessed the strength Serena possessed, the way she could navigate even the darkest of situations with grace and confidence. With her by his side, he knew they could accomplish what seemed impossible. His thoughts raced as he imagined the dangers that awaited them, the crushing pressure of the deep, the terrifying creatures that lurked in the depths, and the uncertainty of whether they would even be able to find the blood of the kraken, let alone survive the journey back. But he pushed these fears aside, focusing instead on their goal. The reef's survival depended on their success. Together, they made their way to the edge of the reef, preparing to dive into the dark waters below. The storm clouds above seemed to mirror the turmoil in their hearts, casting the ocean in an ominous light. The abyssal depths lay ahead, deep, dark, and fraught with dangers beyond their imagination. But they had come too far to turn back now. As the first tendrils of the abyssal trench loomed ahead, Serena and Adrian exchanged a brief but meaningful glance. Their path was set, and with the blood of the kraken as their final goal, they would face whatever trials awaited them beneath the ocean's surface, together. The fate of the reef, and perhaps their own lives, depended on it. Serena took a final glance at the items they had so carefully gathered, the vial of essence of life nestled securely in her pack, glowing softly with a pulsating golden light, and the small satchel containing the tears of the sea, each pearl shimmering with the ocean's sorrow. She had meticulously checked each item before they set off, knowing the delicate balance of their mission depended on every detail being perfect. The ritual they were preparing for was no small task. It was the last hope for restoring the reef and lifting the curse that had ravaged it for so long. With the most critical components in hand, Serena now turned her attention to the next step in their journey. She needed to ensure they were fully prepared for the dangerous path ahead, where the unknown always lurked just beneath the surface. Her eyes moved to Adrian, who stood a few feet away, his face grim with determination as he methodically sharpened his sword. The rhythmic sound of the blade against the stone echoed softly in the quiet of their small camp. She admired his focus, the way he was always ready for whatever challenge came their way, his calm exterior belying the intensity of his spirit. Adrian had become her anchor in the chaos, always steady and unflinching, and she had come to rely on his strength as much as her own. She watched him for a moment longer, sensing the same quiet resolve in him that had carried them through so much already. Serena felt a brief pang of relief at the sight of Adrian's preparation, but it was fleeting. They were approaching the final stages of their quest, and with the blood of the Kraken still uncollected, there was no room for error. The abyssal depths awaited, its dangers as great as the prize they sought. Serena had heard the legends, tales of monstrous creatures that guarded the Kraken's lair, of treacherous currents that could tear apart even the most well-equipped explorers. But it wasn't the dangers of the trench that worried her most. It was the uncertainty, the fear of the unknown, and the possibility that their efforts might be in vain. Even with all their preparation, there was no guarantee that they would return unscathed, or even that they would be able to retrieve the Kraken's blood at all. But as she surveyed Adrian once more, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. Their journey had been fraught with danger and uncertainty, yet they had always managed to find a way through. Every time the odds seemed insurmountable, they had persevered. Adrian's unwavering loyalty and courage had been a guiding force for her, and now, as they stood on the precipice of their final task, she knew that their bond was stronger than any obstacle they could face. The uncertainty of their mission was no less daunting, but it was tempered by the certainty of their partnership. They were in this together, and that made all the difference. Serena exhaled slowly, her thoughts solidifying into a single, focused purpose. She gave Adrian a nod of approval, signaling that they were ready to move forward. He returned her gaze with a quiet smile, though his eyes remained as sharp as ever. The weight of their task was heavy, but it was nothing compared to the power they held in their hands. They had gathered the necessary elements. They had survived countless trials together. And now, it was time to face the abyssal depths, to collect the last component of the ritual, and with it, the hope of saving the reef. Serena adjusted her pack and turned toward the ocean, the stormy horizon stretching out before them. With one final glance at Adrian, she felt a surge of confidence. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The abyssal depths are known for their violent currents and the creatures that dwell within, Serena said, her voice carrying a weight of concern. She paused, looking out at the turbulent waters, as though trying to anticipate the challenges that lay ahead. The very mention of the abyssal depths stirred something deep within her, an unease she couldn't shake. While she had faced many dangers on their journey, the thought of entering this treacherous trench filled her with a foreboding sense of the unknown. She had heard the stories, the whispers of ancient, monstrous beings that lurked in the darkest parts of the ocean, waiting for unwary souls to wander too close. And then there were the currents, unpredictable and violent, capable of tearing apart even the most experienced sailors. Serena shifted her weight, trying to steady the flutter of unease in her chest. The blood of the Kraken was a critical element for the ritual, essential for completing their mission, but its location deep within the abyssal depths made it one of the most dangerous parts of their quest. Even the bravest adventurers thought twice before venturing into the trench, knowing that once they entered, there was no guarantee of survival. Legends told of krakens, of beasts that had lived for centuries, their vast tentacles capable of sweeping entire ships to the ocean floor. Serena had no illusions about the task ahead. Retrieving the Kraken's blood wasn't just another challenge. It was a test of everything they had learned, everything they had endured. Adrian's gaze shifted to meet hers, his expression serious but unwavering. "We'll be ready," he said, his voice steady and filled with quiet confidence. He didn't shy away from the dangers they would face. No, Adrian had always been the first to charge forward, his resolve as unbreakable as the steel of his blade. Serena had seen it time and again throughout their journey, his calm in the face of the storm, his ability to remain focused when others faltered. She admired that about him, and she drew strength from it now. They had faced impossible odds before, and though this challenge was unlike any they had encountered, she trusted in their ability to navigate whatever came their way. Still, even with Adrian's unwavering confidence, Serena couldn't help but feel a tightening in her chest. The abyssal depths weren't like the places they had already explored. This trench was a world unto itself, a realm where light rarely reached, and where even the most seasoned explorers had vanished without a trace. The very thought of descending into its blackened waters made her heart race. She had prepared for many dangers, faced storms, fought against monstrous creatures, and navigated treacherous terrain. But the abyssal depths were a different kind of beast. The thought of confronting the Kraken itself sent a chill down her spine. It was a force of nature, a creature of such immense power that even legends had struggled to capture its true nature. Despite the fear that tugged at her, Serena squared her shoulders, steeling herself for the task at hand. "We'll need to be smart," she said, her voice firm now. "The creature that guards the blood of the Kraken is unlike anything we've faced. We can't just charge in blindly." She turned toward Adrian, meeting his gaze once more, her eyes filled with determination. "We'll have to rely on everything we've learned, the magic, the tactics, our strength, and our bond. If we're going to succeed, it will be because we work together. The currents, the creatures, they're just obstacles. And we've faced worse." Adrian looked up from his preparations, his eyes locking with Serena's, filled with a quiet but unshakable resolve. His face, though weathered by the trials they had already endured, remained calm and composed, betraying none of the trepidation Serena herself felt. "We've come this far," he said, his voice unwavering. "We can't stop now, no matter the risks." There was a steel in his tone, a determination that made it clear he was ready for whatever challenges lay ahead. Serena could see it in the way his shoulders squared, in the firm grip he had on his sword. He wasn't just ready, he was resolute, as though the thought of failure was unthinkable. They had already overcome so much, and this final task, though daunting, was one he refused to back down from. Serena nodded, feeling a surge of gratitude for Adrian's unyielding spirit. His confidence had always been a steady anchor for her in the darkest moments. She knew, too, that this mission was no longer just about retrieving the blood of the Kraken. It was about everything they had fought for, everything they had sacrificed. The ritual, the heartstone, the reef, and the future of the ocean itself all rested on their shoulders now. The weight of it was crushing, but seeing Adrian so resolute, so sure, gave her the strength to keep moving forward. She had always been one to consider the risks, to weigh every option before making a move. But with Adrian by her side, she found herself more willing to face the unknown, to leap into the abyss, trusting that together they would find a way through. "The blood of the Kraken is the final piece of the puzzle," Adrian continued, his gaze never leaving hers. His words were simple, but they carried the weight of their entire mission. Serena knew that he was right. They had gathered the tears of the sea, the essence of life, and the heart stone itself, all the components of the ritual except for this one last element. Without the blood, the ritual would be incomplete, the curse would remain unbroken, and the heart of the reef would continue to wither and die. The thought of failing now, of coming this far only to fall short, was unthinkable. They couldn't afford to hesitate. The stakes were too high, and time was running out. Despite her fear, Serena felt a fire ignite within her, a fierce determination that mirrored Adrian's. She took a steadying breath, pushing aside the doubts that lingered like shadows in her mind. This was it, the final stretch. "You're right," she said, her voice steady now, a new resolve taking root in her chest. "We've come too far to turn back. The blood of the Kraken is the key to ending this curse, and we're the only ones who can retrieve it. We're ready. We have to be." She tightened her grip on the satchel that held the vial of essence of life and the tears of the sea. The task ahead would be perilous, yes, but they had faced death before, and still, they had endured. She was not about to let that struggle go to waste. Adrian gave a single, determined nod. There was no hesitation in his eyes now, no trace of doubt. They had walked through fire together, fought side by side against forces that should have been insurmountable, and yet here they stood, together, stronger than ever. "Let's go," he said, his voice low but resolute. "We've faced worse, Serena. And we'll face whatever comes next, too." With those words, he turned toward the water, ready to plunge into the depths once again. Serena followed without a second thought, the bond between them unspoken but undeniably strong. The Kraken might be a monster of legend, but together they were more than a match for it. They had no choice but to succeed. The reef, the Heartstone, and everything they fought for depended on it. Serena nodded, her eyes meeting Adrian's with a flicker of determination, but beneath that, a creeping unease gnawed at her. She had been trained for many challenges, had faced perilous situations and dangers most could never imagine. But there was something about the abyssal depths that unsettled her in a way she couldn't shake. The stories she had heard since childhood echoed in her mind, each one more terrifying than the last. The abyss was a place of nightmares, vast, endless, and hidden from the light of the sun. Creatures twisted by time and darkness dwelled there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the unwary. And even more menacing were the currents, strong enough to tear a ship apart or drag a person to the crushing depths if they weren't careful. The very thought of venturing into such a place sent a shiver down her spine, but she knew there was no turning back. Still, it was not the monsters or the relentless pull of the ocean's depths that filled her with the deepest dread, it was the curse. The weight of the reef's decay, the slow, agonizing spread of the blight that had taken hold, gnawed at her thoughts. She had seen the toll it had taken on the ocean, its once vibrant colors now fading into dull, lifeless hues, its creatures fleeing or perishing. The Heartstone, the ancient source of the reef's power, had withered, and without its restoration, the balance would be lost forever. That thought was more terrifying than the darkness of the abyss itself. The reef, the ocean, and all that depended on it would die. And Serena could not let that happen. Not after everything they had already sacrificed. Her fingers tightened around the strap of her satchel, the weight of the items inside a steady reminder of how far they had come. The tears of the sea and the essence of life were crucial, yes, but without the blood of the Kraken, their journey would be in vain. They had no choice but to face what lay ahead, no matter the risks. The moment they stepped into the abyssal depths, they would be venturing into the unknown, with no guarantee of survival. But Serena had seen enough to know that sometimes, survival meant taking the leap into the dark, trusting that the strength they had within would be enough to carry them through. And with Adrian by her side, she found a semblance of peace. He had always been her anchor, steady in his resolve, and together, they had faced each trial, no matter how impossible it seemed. As the ocean stretched before them, dark and foreboding, Serena took a deep breath, steadying herself. The weight of the task ahead was immense, but the resolve in her heart burned brighter than the fear that lingered in her chest. She could hear the distant calls of sea creatures, the subtle movement of the currents, the pulse of the ocean that had always been a part of her life. But now, that pulse seemed quieter, more distant, as though the world itself was holding its breath. The waters were still, but beneath the surface, there was a tension that told her the abyss was closer than she realized. They were nearing the edge of everything they had ever known, stepping into a place that was older, darker, and far more dangerous than they could possibly understand. Adrian, sensing her unease, gave her a reassuring nod, his expression calm but resolute. He didn't speak, but the way he moved, the certainty in his actions, gave Serena the strength to push past the fear that threatened to overtake her. She had always admired that about him, the way he could face the worst situations with such unflinching resolve. Together, they had come this far, and together, they would see it through to the end. Serena straightened, pushing aside her doubts and focusing on the task at hand. There was no more time for hesitation. The blood of the Kraken awaited, and with it, the key to breaking the curse. The stakes were higher than ever, and no matter how terrifying the journey ahead, she knew they had no choice but to continue. They set out at dawn, the first light of the day struggling to break through the thick clouds that hung heavily overhead. The world above the water was dim, shrouded in a soft, muted gray. As they descended into the depths, the pale hues of the shallow reef gave way to an eerie blackness, swallowing the vibrant colors of the corals and sea life. The waters around them grew colder with each passing moment, the chill creeping into their bones, an uninviting reminder of the dangers that lay ahead. The peaceful beauty of the reef seemed a distant memory, replaced by an oppressive silence that weighed heavily on the air. It felt as though the ocean itself was holding its breath, anticipating their journey into the unknown. With each meter they descended, the pressure of the ocean deepened, pushing against them as if the very water wanted to keep them from their goal. Serena's chest tightened under the strain, the weight of the ocean pressing down on her like an invisible hand. The water felt thicker, more suffocating, as though every movement took twice the effort. She glanced at Adrian, his expression set in grim determination, but even he seemed affected by the crushing force of the deep. The soft, comforting hum of the currents above them had faded into the heavy stillness of the abyss, leaving only the distant echo of their own movements. They were no longer in familiar waters. They had entered a realm where even the ocean seemed to reject the presence of life. As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, and the faint light of the surface became a distant memory. Serena's hand instinctively gripped the handle of her dagger, not for defense, but for comfort. The unknown stretched before them, an endless abyss that seemed to go on forever. The water around them grew colder still, its frigid embrace seeping through the layers of their clothing, numbing their limbs. The vibrant life that had once flourished here was now but a shadow, as if the reef itself had been abandoned by the light. The deep-sea creatures they passed were twisted in form, their pale bodies moving like phantoms in the blackness, their eyes reflecting only emptiness. Despite the encroaching darkness, Adrian and Serena pressed forward, their focus unwavering. The abyss may have seemed impenetrable, but they had a mission to complete, and the blood of the Kraken lay somewhere in this void. It was the final ingredient they needed, the missing piece to complete the ritual and break the curse that had threatened the heart of the reef. Their journey had brought them here, and there was no turning back now. The pressure, the cold, the darkness, all of it would have to be endured. With each passing moment, the ocean seemed to close in around them, but the thought of the reef's fate pushed them onward, their resolve hardening with every stroke. The deeper they descended, the more the ocean felt alive, its currents twisting with a mind of their own, pulling and pushing against them. It was as though the very sea knew they were intruders, unwelcome in its dark, forbidden depths. Serena could feel the weight of the water pressing on her, not just physically, but mentally, as though it was trying to drain her resolve. She focused on Adrian's steady presence beside her, his quiet determination acting as a constant reassurance. They were in this together, and though the abyss was closing in on them, she refused to let fear overtake her. They had come too far to turn back now. Ahead, in the heart of the depths, the Kraken waited, and with it, the chance to save the reef. Serena moved with steady determination, her every sense focused on the shifting currents and the subtle changes in the water around her. She had been in these depths before, though never this far down, and the familiar yet foreboding pressure weighed heavily on her chest. The trench stretched out before them like an ancient wound in the ocean's skin, its jagged edges resembling the teeth of some great, long-dead beast. The surrounding waters were unnaturally still, as if even the ocean was holding its breath, waiting for them to make their way into the gaping maw of the abyssal depths. The silence was oppressive, the usual rhythm of the currents lost in the sheer enormity of the chasm ahead. With each stroke, the darkness grew, swallowing the light from above, until only the faint glow of their bioluminescent markers illuminated the way forward. The seafloor beneath them began to slow downward, the gradual descent turning into a sudden drop-off that seemed to stretch infinitely into the void. The abyss was not just deep, it was a consuming blackness, as if the ocean itself had turned against them. The water around them darkened even further, an impenetrable shadow that seemed to wrap itself around their limbs, tugging at their resolve. The weight of the water pressing against them became more pronounced, the pressure intensifying with every meter they descended. It was as though the very depth of the trench was rejecting their presence, eager to reclaim the ocean's secrets and keep them buried. Serena's eyes flickered over to Adrian, his expression set in grim determination as he followed her lead, his movements synchronized with hers in the eerie stillness. Ahead of them, the trench yawned wider, its edges now sharp and jagged like broken glass. The ground beneath them seemed to fall away completely, a sheer drop that felt like stepping into the mouth of a great beast waiting to devour them whole. Serena didn't hesitate, though a knot of unease twisted in her stomach. She had heard the stories of ships and creatures that had vanished without a trace into the abyssal depths, and the nightmarish things that lurked within. But this was their path, and the blood of the kraken, the final ingredient they needed, lay somewhere within this chasm. The task ahead was daunting, but there was no turning back. The ritual could not be completed without it. Every instinct told her to proceed with caution, but the urgency of their mission pushed her forward. The abyss was alive in its own way, a silent, consuming presence that seemed to pulse with an ancient energy. As they descended further, Serena could feel the pull of the trench, a slow, irresistible force that seemed to reach up and drag them downward. The water grew colder, its icy embrace creeping through their suits and chilling them to the core. Even their light seemed to struggle against the darkness, the faint glow of their markers flickering as if uncertain of their path. Every inch of progress felt like a battle against the immense weight of the ocean itself, as if the trench was actively trying to dissuade them from venturing any deeper. Yet they pressed on, their goal clear in their minds despite the mounting sense of dread that clung to the water around them. In the distance, the trench opened up into a vast, yawning expanse, a black void that seemed to stretch on for eternity. Serena's heartbeat quickened as they neared the heart of the abyssal depths, the final destination of their harrowing journey. The sounds of the ocean seemed to be swallowed by the overwhelming silence, and the water grew eerily still, as though even the creatures of the deep knew to avoid this cursed place. They were close now. The blood of the kraken awaited them in this forsaken chasm, and with it, the hope of completing their mission. But Serena couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching them from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Serena's voice barely broke through the oppressive silence of the abyssal depths, yet her words carried the weight of finality. The water around them hummed with an eerie resonance, as though the ocean itself was aware of their presence, watching and waiting for their next move. The vast expanse of darkness ahead was daunting, and with every passing second, the pull of the trench seemed to grow stronger, as if it were calling them deeper into its maw. The shadows stretched endlessly in every direction, and Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but there was no hesitation in her gaze. They had come too far to turn back now. The blood of the kraken was the key to breaking the curse, and it lay within the heart of the trench, somewhere in the blackness they were about to enter. As they neared the entrance, the water temperature dropped further, biting at their exposed skin and numbing their limbs. Every movement felt like it required twice the effort, as though the weight of the ocean itself was bearing down on them, making it harder to breathe and think clearly. Serena's mind raced with every possibility, every potential danger that awaited them in the depths. The kraken's blood was said to be guarded by a creature as ancient and monstrous as the trench itself, a guardian of the chasm who would not let them claim the precious substance without a fight. The thought of that battle, of what they might face, caused a brief flicker of doubt in the back of her mind, but she shoved it aside. Turning to Adrian, Serena gave him a determined nod, silently reaffirming their shared purpose. His expression was just as resolute, though there was an unmistakable tension in the way his jaw clenched. The bond they had forged through their journey was stronger than any fear or uncertainty that lingered. They had faced horrors together before, and though the abyssal depths promised unimaginable dangers, they would face it as one. "Stay close," Serena urged, her voice calm despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. They had no idea what awaited them within the trench, but they had no choice but to push forward. There was no turning back now. As they descended, the darkness seemed to envelop them, swallowing the faint glow of their markers and turning everything around them into an impenetrable void. The water around them thickened with a heavy, almost viscous quality, dragging at their movements and making it feel as though they were pushing through molasses. The deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became, as if the very depth of the trench had a life of its own, waiting to consume them. Every flicker of light, every disturbance in the water seemed to be amplified by the surrounding darkness, sending ripples of anxiety through Serena's chest. They were close now, too close to stop. The deep growl of something unseen reverberated through the water, and Serena's breath hitched. She could feel the presence of the creature they had been warned about, the one that guarded the kraken's blood, lurking just out of sight, biding its time. This was it. the point of no return. Every instinct screamed at them to turn around, to escape while they still could, but Serena knew better. They were here for a reason, and they would see this through to the end. "Let's move," she whispered, and with that, they plunged deeper into the abyss, ready to face whatever emerged from the darkness. Adrian's deep breath filled the space between them, steadying his nerves as his hand gripped the hilt of his sword. His mind raced, but he forced it to stillness, focusing only on the task at hand. The darkness that surrounded them felt like a living entity, pressing in on him from all sides, yet he refused to let it overwhelm him. He had come too far, faced too many dangers, to falter now. Serena stood beside him, just as determined, her eyes fixed on the yawning chasm ahead. The tension between them was palpable, but there was a shared understanding in their silent exchange. This was their moment. The blood of the Kraken was within reach, and they had no choice but to face whatever lay in the depths to claim it. With a swift motion, Adrian pushed forward, cutting through the dense water with a forceful stroke. The closer they got to the trench, the heavier the water became, as though the abyss itself was trying to drag them down. The eerie silence pressed in, broken only by the sound of their breathing and the soft movements of their fins. Every inch they descended made it harder to see, the light from the surface swallowed by the oppressive darkness. Adrian could feel the weight of the ocean around them, the crushing pressure building with each passing moment, but his resolve remained unshaken. He trusted Serena completely, and together, they would retrieve the blood that could end the curse once and for all. As they passed the point of no return, a low, guttural growl echoed from the depths, sending a shiver down Adrian's spine. His grip on his sword tightened, his senses heightened. There was something alive in the darkness, something ancient and powerful that didn't take kindly to intruders. His pulse quickened, but he refused to let fear dictate his actions. He had fought battles before, but this was different. This was no ordinary creature. This was a guardian of the abyss, an entity that had lived for centuries, bound to protect the Kraken's blood at all costs. But Adrian had no intention of letting it stand in their way. Serena's voice broke through the silence, calm but laced with urgency. "Stay sharp," she said, her eyes scanning the murky water ahead. "The creature that guards the blood is close. We can't afford to make a mistake now." Adrian nodded, his muscles coiled and ready. The water seemed to grow colder, the pressure mounting, but he stayed focused, aware of every shift in the current, every ripple in the water. He could sense it now, the presence of something massive moving through the dark water, watching them, waiting for the right moment to strike. They moved with precision, keeping their distance from the darkened crevices and the faintest disturbances in the water. Adrian's instincts screamed at him to be ready, his senses heightened to every shift and change around them. With every stroke, the anticipation grew, his heart beating faster as they neared the source of the growl. He could feel the tension tightening in his chest, but he ignored it. They had no time for hesitation. The blood they sought was within reach, and with Serena by his side, Adrian knew they could face whatever came next. As they ventured deeper into the trench, the air seemed to grow thicker, charged with an energy that made the water around them feel alive. "Let's do this," Adrian muttered under his breath, bracing himself for whatever awaited them in the shadows of the abyss. They plunged into the trench, the light from the surface vanishing behind them as they descended into an overwhelming blackness. The water around them seemed to absorb any trace of illumination, making it feel as though the world above had never existed. It was a profound, suffocating darkness, as if the trench itself was a living, breathing entity that consumed all light and hope. Serena's pulse quickened, but she pushed the feeling aside, focusing instead on the task at hand. Every muscle in her body screamed against the pressure of the depths, but her resolve held strong. They had no choice but to go deeper, farther into the heart of the abyss where the blood of the Kraken awaited them. Serena activated the small enchanted orb at her side, and a dim blue light blossomed from its core, casting a soft, ethereal glow that illuminated the water around them. The light was enough to see by, but it remained faint, just strong enough to reveal the contours of the trench's walls and the shifting currents around them. The orb pulsed gently, like the heartbeat of the ocean itself, keeping them grounded in the vast emptiness of the trench. Adrian, moving close behind Serena, adjusted his position to stay within the protective glow. His sword remained at the ready, his grip firm and steady, though the weight of the ocean pressing down on him made each movement feel heavier. The water was thick and frigid, its coldness seeping into their bones despite the protective layers of their gear. Each stroke they made was met with resistance from the swirling currents, which tugged at their bodies, pulling them toward the abyssal depths with an insistent force. The currents twisted like living things, constantly shifting and lashing out, threatening to tear them from their course. Adrian's muscles strained against the pull, every inch of their journey a battle against the ocean's will. His gaze flickered to Serena, whose face was set in determination, but even she could not completely mask the tension in her posture. They were not merely fighting against the ocean but also against time. The longer they spent in this place, the harder it would be to escape. As they ventured further, the trench seemed to narrow, the jagged rocks on either side closing in like the walls of a prison. The water felt heavier, the pressure increasing with every breath. Serena could feel the weight of the ocean pushing against her chest, but she ignored it, focusing instead on the mission. They were nearing the heart of the trench, and she could feel it, the ancient, primal force that lay at the bottom. The Kraken's blood was close, its presence stirring the waters around them. It was said that only the bravest, or most foolish, dared enter this place, and Serena could see why. The deeper they went, the more the ocean seemed to pulse with a dark energy, a weighty, oppressive force that made every movement feel like wading through thick mud. Suddenly, a sharp pull from the current threatened to drag them into a deeper crevice. Adrian grunted as he fought against it, his sword still firmly in hand as he reached out to grasp Serena's arm, steadying them both. Her eyes met his, a brief, silent exchange that spoke volumes. This was the moment of reckoning, and they had no choice but to face it head-on. With a shared nod, they pushed forward, moving against the current with deliberate force. The trench was alive with tension, and the pulse of the ocean seemed to quicken as they neared the heart of the abyss. Serena's mind raced. What awaited them in the depths was beyond anything they had yet encountered. But there was no turning back now. They moved cautiously, each step deliberate, as they pressed forward into the trench. Every sense was heightened, the oppressive darkness around them making it nearly impossible to see beyond the faint glow of the enchanted orb. Serena's heart beat in rhythm with the strange, unsettling hum that seemed to pulse through the water itself. The current swirled around them, tugging at their limbs with insistent force, but they pressed on, their resolve unwavering. The depths felt alive, as though the ocean itself was watching them, waiting for them to make a mistake. They had come this far, and there was no turning back now. It wasn't long before they encountered the first signs of the trench's terrifying reputation. Strange bioluminescent creatures floated past them, casting eerie, flickering light across the dark waters. The creatures glowed with an unnatural radiance, their bodies translucent and wraith-like, leaving trails of light in their wake. Some moved with slow, graceful undulations, their movements gentle and almost mesmerizing. But others were far more unsettling. Their eyes, cold, predatory, and unblinking, locked onto Serena and Adrian as they passed, their teeth sharp and jagged, glistening in the soft light. The creatures were watching, studying, and though most of them kept their distance, Serena could feel their presence like a weight on her chest. Adrian's grip tightened on his sword as one of the creatures drifted closer, its glowing tendrils swaying like the arms of a ghost. His instincts screamed at him to react, but Serena raised a hand to signal for calm. She could feel the tension building in the water, the way the current seemed to shift with each new movement of the creatures. "Stay still," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the hum of the water. "They're drawn to movement. If we stay calm and don't provoke them, we'll be fine." Her words barely registered in the pressure of the abyss, but Adrian nodded, his gaze never leaving the creature. The creature lingered for a moment, its bioluminescent body shimmering in the gloom. Its sharp, predatory eyes flickered from Adrian to Serena, assessing them. Then, with a slow, deliberate movement, it drifted away, disappearing into the shadows of the trench. Serena let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "That was too close," Adrian muttered, his voice low and strained. He glanced at Serena, who met his gaze with a look that was both weary and resolute. The trench was teeming with these creatures, some harmless, others not, and they couldn't afford to become complacent. Every step they took was one closer to the blood of the kraken, but the dangers of the abyss were far from over. They resumed their careful advance, aware now of the many eyes upon them. The glowing creatures weren't the only danger lurking in the depths. The trench was a place of darkness and isolation, where ancient, monstrous beings roamed, their very existence tied to the primal forces of the ocean. Serena could feel the weight of the water around her, the pressure increasing as they went deeper. Every passing moment seemed to pull them further into the heart of the abyss, and she couldn't shake the feeling that something far greater than the bioluminescent creatures was waiting for them, something ancient, something far more dangerous. But they had no choice but to continue forward, each step a little closer to the ultimate prize that would save the reef and perhaps the world itself. Serena's voice was a quiet murmur in the vast expanse of the abyss, but its urgency cut through the heavy, suffocating silence. Her eyes remained fixed on the impenetrable darkness ahead, every movement of the water seeming to conceal hidden dangers. The further they descended, the more oppressive the weight of the ocean became. Every inch of their progress felt like a struggle against an unseen force, pulling them deeper into the unknown. The pressure, both physical and mental, weighed heavily on Serena's chest, but she refused to let it show. Their mission was clear: find the kraken's lair, retrieve the blood of the kraken, and escape without falling victim to the perils of the trench. The deeper they went, the less room there seemed to be for error. Adrian, his expression set and determined, glanced over at Serena, his grip tightening around the hilt of his sword. He could sense her tension, but he knew she was right. The kraken's lair lay deeper still, hidden near the very bottom of the trench where the waters were darkest and most treacherous. Serena was no stranger to danger, but this felt different. The air, if it could be called that, seemed to thicken around them as the shadows closed in. He focused on the faint glow of their enchanted orb, watching the eerie, shifting light as it illuminated the jagged rocks and twisted kelp that lined the trench. They were closing in on the kraken's territory, and the thought of what lay ahead stirred something primal deep within him. Serena's hand gripped her dagger tightly, the hilt cold against her palm. She had trained for years to face the dangers of the sea, but nothing could prepare her for the unknown horrors that awaited in the deepest parts of the trench. The kraken was a creature of legend. Its sheer size and strength were enough to cause the bravest of sailors to tremble in fear. But Serena was not one to back down. She had faced darkness before, both literal and metaphorical, and this would be no different. The stakes were too high. The blood of the kraken was their only hope of completing the ritual to break the curse, and if they failed here, there would be no second chance. The water around them seemed to grow colder as they pressed onward, the pressure now almost unbearable. The faint glow of the orb revealed an endless stretch of jagged rocks and sharp outcroppings, remnants of the abyssal landscape that had formed over millennia. Every shadow seemed to shift, and Serena couldn't help but feel the sensation of being watched. They were not alone in these depths. She could feel it, the oppressive energy of something ancient and malevolent lurking just beyond their reach, waiting for the right moment to strike. But they had no choice but to continue forward. The lair of the kraken awaited, and with it, the final piece of their mission. "Stay alert," Serena whispered, her voice barely rising above the constant hum of the water. "We can't let our guard down. The kraken's lair is more than just a place. It's a trap, one designed to lure in the unwary." The words seemed to hang in the water like a warning, an echo that reverberated in the deep, empty space around them. Adrian nodded, his jaw clenched, his mind focused on the task ahead. He had faced countless challenges alongside Serena, but none quite like this. The kraken was no mere legend. It was a force of nature, a terror of the deep, and if they weren't careful, it would be their undoing. But they had come this far, and they would face whatever waited in the depths together, no matter the cost. As they descended deeper into the abyssal depths, the currents began to grow more intense, wrapping around them like invisible serpents, pulling and twisting in every direction. Serena's muscles strained as she fought against the relentless force of the water. focus unwavering as she used every ounce of her experience to guide them. Her eyes darted between the jagged rock formations and the ever-shifting shadows, searching for any sign of the path they needed to follow. Each current seemed to have a life of its own, and the deeper they went, the more unpredictable it became. Serena could feel the pressure building with every passing meter, but she knew they couldn't afford to hesitate. They had to stay on course, or the abyss would swallow them whole. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, his senses sharpened to the extreme. The water felt thick and suffocating, its icy coldness seeping into his bones as they plunged deeper. His eyes flickered constantly, scanning the water for any movement, any disturbance that might indicate a lurking danger. He could feel the presence of something just beyond his sight, lurking in the dark, its predatory gaze fixed on them. The Kraken's lair was near, and with it, the possibility of facing something far worse than they had prepared for. His instincts told him that they were being watched, that they were moving closer to a creature older and more dangerous than any enemy they had faced before. With every push forward, Serena's body ached from the strain of maintaining their position against the roaring currents. Her mind raced, calculating their position relative to the trench's depths, remembering every detail of the map she had memorized. The kelp forests they had passed earlier seemed a lifetime away now, replaced by jagged rocks and swirling whirlpools that threatened to drag them under. The water around them was dark, nearly pitch black, and the dim glow of their enchanted orb barely illuminated the path ahead. Each turn brought them deeper into the unknown, into the heart of the trench, where no one had dared to go for centuries. Every fiber of her being screamed to turn back, but Serena pressed on, driven by the knowledge that they couldn't afford to fail now. Adrian remained by her side, his movements precise and calculated. Though his body was beginning to tire from the constant strain, his mind remained sharp, always vigilant. He had faced many battles in his life, but nothing like this, nothing that felt as if the very sea itself was working against them. The shadows in the water seemed to stretch and pulse, shifting with a malevolent rhythm. It was as if the trench itself were alive, its depths teeming with hidden dangers just waiting for a moment of weakness. Adrian's sword was ready in his grip, but his mind was focused on the immediate danger, the currents, the creatures, and the eerie silence that surrounded them. He couldn't let himself be distracted. Not now. Finally, Serena's sharp eyes caught sight of a faint glow up ahead, a flicker of light cutting through the darkness like a beacon. She steered them toward it, her heart pounding in her chest. It had to be the Kraken's lair. But even as she focused on the glow, she knew that this was the most dangerous part of their journey. The lair was said to be a place where even the bravest sailors vanished without a trace, a place where no one was ever meant to leave. The path ahead grew tighter, more treacherous, and the water seemed to press in around them, suffocating them with the weight of centuries of oceanic history. Serena tightened her grip on the enchanted orb, signaling Adrian to stay close, knowing that they were on the cusp of something far more terrifying than they had yet encountered. Suddenly, the water around them seemed to grow colder, the currents swirling with an unnatural intensity. Serena's heart skipped a beat as a massive shadow loomed ahead, blocking their path. The dark water parted like a veil, revealing a creature of nightmarish proportions. Its size was beyond anything they had ever encountered, its form a twisted amalgamation of monstrous limbs and grotesque, undulating mass. The creature's tentacles writhed and twisted through the water, each one as thick as a tree trunk, and at the tips, sharp barbs gleamed with a deadly promise. It moved with a terrifying grace, each motion causing the water to ripple and churn with brutal force. Adrian's grip on his sword tightened, his breath coming faster as the creature's massive form filled their vision. Its eyes, glowing a deep, malevolent red, locked onto them with an intensity that sent a chill through his very soul. The predatory gleam in those eyes was unmistakable. The creature saw them as nothing more than prey. As the massive tentacles swayed, they created violent currents that seemed to pull them closer to the creature's looming form. The creature was waiting, its presence overwhelming, filling the water with an oppressive energy that made it difficult to breathe, let alone think. Every instinct in Adrian's body screamed for him to move, to act, but the sheer size of the beast left him momentarily paralyzed with fear. Serena's mind raced. her eyes darting around as she tried to assess the situation. The Kraken, she thought, her pulse quickening. This was the guardian of the abyssal depths, a creature of legend that was said to devour anything that dared enter its domain. There was no mistaking its size or the malevolent aura that radiated from it. The creature's tentacles swirled closer, each one capable of crushing them in an instant. Yet Serena knew that they had no choice but to face it. They had come too far to turn back now. She steeled herself, her mind shifting into strategy mode, focusing on the movements of the beast and how they could use the water to their advantage. The creature's tendrils began to close in around them, moving with terrifying speed. Adrian and Serena exchanged a quick glance, a silent understanding passing between them. They couldn't fight the Kraken head-on. It was too powerful, too vast. Their best chance lay in evasion and using the environment to their advantage. Serena moved swiftly, directing their path toward a large rock formation nearby. The creature's tentacles lashed out in a flurry, but they were able to dodge, using the rocks for cover as the tentacles slammed into the stone with a thunderous impact. Each strike sent tremors through the water, threatening to knock them off balance, but they remained steady, their focus unwavering. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl, its red eyes narrowing as it adjusted its position. It was toying with them, circling, waiting for the right moment to strike. But Serena and Adrian were determined. The Kraken might be a nightmare from the depths, but they had a mission to complete. With every passing second, the weight of the moment pressed down on them, but they held their ground. They would not let this monster stop them from retrieving the blood of the Kraken. As its massive form loomed ever closer, Serena's grip on her enchanted orb tightened, and Adrian readied his sword. The real fight was about to begin. The Kraken, Serena breathed, her heart racing as the words left her lips, almost a whisper in the crushing pressure of the abyssal depths. The legendary creature of the ocean's darkest corners. Its name alone was enough to send fear into the hearts of even the bravest sailors. She had heard tales of it as a child, warnings passed down through generations, but never had she imagined she would face it herself. The Kraken's massive form was a living nightmare, a terror that stirred the ancient waters, its very presence like a shadow over the reef. Its tentacles were thick as columns, each one writhing with unimaginable strength, and its glowing red eyes, filled with malice, fixed upon them like an unstoppable force. Serena's breath caught in her throat, but there was no time for fear. They had come too far to let this creature stop them now. The sheer size of the Kraken was overwhelming, its monstrous body filling the water around them as if the very ocean itself had come alive to trap them. The tentacles moved with predatory grace, each one covered in jagged, barbed suckers that glistened like blades in the dim light. They seemed to stretch endlessly, brushing the water with a power that sent shockwaves through the depths. As it approached, the currents shifted, growing stronger with each passing second, pulling at Serena's body and threatening to drag her under. The Kraken was not only a physical threat, it was a manifestation of the abyss, an ancient force with the power to shatter their resolve. Serena's grip on her enchanted orb tightened, her pulse quickening, but her mind remained focused. She couldn't afford to panic. Not now. Not when everything was on the line. Adrian's eyes locked with hers, his expression one of grim determination. He had seen countless dangers, fought through unimaginable odds, but even he seemed to understand the gravity of the situation. This was no ordinary creature. This was the guardian of the abyssal depths, a monster of legend that few lived to speak of. But they were not here to turn back. Adrian shifted his stance, readying his sword as his body tensed in preparation for the battle ahead. The Kraken was no mindless beast. It was intelligent, strategic, and it would not give up its domain easily. Their movements had to be calculated, precise, and above all, they had to survive long enough to retrieve the blood of the Kraken, the final piece they needed for the ritual that would save the reef. The Kraken's deep, rumbling growl echoed through the cavern, vibrating through the very water around them. It was as if the ocean itself had spoken, a warning, or perhaps an invitation. The creature moved closer, its massive form blocking their escape route, and the pressure around them intensified. The water felt thick, oppressive, like they were moving through tar. Serena could feel the creature's eyes upon them, its gaze cold and predatory, searching for weakness. But there was no time for hesitation. They had no choice but to face this monstrous being head-on, to fight for their lives, for the reef, and for the chance to break the curse that had plagued the ocean for so long. As the Kraken's tentacles swept toward them, Serena's thoughts raced. There was no room for fear, no space for doubt. They had made it this far. They had faced death in countless forms, and they would not let this creature be the end of them. She glanced at Adrian, his face set with determination, and she knew that together, they could overcome this. The Kraken might rule these depths, but they were the ones who had the will to defeat it. They had come to claim the blood of the Kraken, and they would leave with it, no matter the cost. As the first tentacles shot toward them, Serena's grip on her orb tightened, ready for the battle that would decide their fate. The creature let out a low, rumbling growl that vibrated through the water, sending shivers down their spines. The sound was deep and menacing, like the growl of a beast that had lived for centuries in the darkest corners of the ocean. It reverberated through the very depths, seeming to shake the water itself, and the pressure around them intensified as if the Kraken's voice carried the weight of the entire abyss. The cold, oppressive darkness deepened, and Serena's heart pounded in her chest, her breath coming in quick, shallow gasps. The water around them felt thick with dread, and every instinct screamed at her to flee. But she couldn't. This was it. There was no turning back. They had come for the blood of the Kraken, and this monstrous creature stood between them and their goal. The Kraken's massive form shifted, its enormous body blocking their way. Its eyes glowed with an unholy red light, cold and calculating, studying them with an intelligence that sent a chill through Serena's bones. Each of its enormous tentacles undulated slowly, but the water around them was so thick with the Kraken's presence that it seemed to stretch unnaturally, waiting for the right moment to strike. The creature was no mindless beast, it was a hunter, and they were its prey. Serena gripped her enchanted orb tightly, its faint blue glow casting an eerie light that barely illuminated the surrounding water. She knew that their only hope was to act quickly, decisively. If they hesitated, they might not get a second chance. Adrian's eyes never left the Kraken, his sword held firmly in his hand. His face was set with grim determination, his jaw clenched as the creature loomed before them. He had fought countless enemies, but nothing had prepared him for this. The Kraken was unlike any opponent they had faced, its size and power far beyond anything they could have imagined. But despite the fear gnawing at the edges of his mind, Adrian stood firm. He wasn't going to let this creature stop them. Not now, not when they were so close. He could feel the weight of their mission pressing on him, the fate of the reef resting on their success. He glanced at Serena, catching her eye, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. They had come this far together, and they would finish this together. The Kraken's tentacles moved with terrifying speed, crashing toward them like massive, deadly whips. The water around them seemed to explode with each movement, currents shifting violently as the creature sought to overpower them. Serena darted to the side, narrowly avoiding one of the tentacles as it sliced through the water with lethal precision. The force of the current threatened to rip her away, but she dug her feet into the ocean floor, steadying herself. Adrian wasn't far behind, his sword flashing in the dim light as he slashed at the Kraken's tentacles. The creature recoiled slightly, its growl deepening into a roar that sent vibrations through the entire trench. It was injured, but not defeated. The Kraken would not go down easily. Despite their efforts, the Kraken continued to press forward, its massive form nearly engulfing them in its shadow. The water was thick with its presence, and every movement was a struggle against the powerful currents it created. Serena could feel the pull of the creature's tentacles, each swipe a reminder of the danger they faced. But they couldn't afford to stop, not when they were so close. She pushed herself forward, using her knowledge of the trench to guide them deeper into the abyss, toward the lair where the blood of the Kraken was hidden. The battle raged around them, each strike from the creature a reminder of the stakes. But Serena knew that they couldn't let fear control them. The Kraken was strong, but their resolve was stronger. They would face whatever came next and emerge victorious. Adrian moved quickly, positioning himself between Serena and the creature. His sword was raised, the steel gleaming faintly in the dim light, but his eyes were focused, calculating. "We need to find a way to get past it," he said, his voice tense but controlled. "We're no match for this thing in a direct fight." His mind raced as he considered their options. The Kraken was far too powerful, too massive for them to defeat head-on. Even with all their skill and determination, they couldn't overpower it. Their only chance was to outsmart it, to find a weakness or a way around its immense power. The water around them was thick with the Kraken's presence, every movement of its tentacles sending shockwaves through the surrounding space. Adrian's thoughts were interrupted by a near miss as one of the tentacles lashed out, narrowly missing him. He could feel the pull of the water as the current surged violently in the wake of the creature's strike. His mind raced for a solution, knowing that they had precious little time before the Kraken pressed its advantage. With every passing second, the trench seemed to close in on them, and the pressure of the depths felt like a weight on his chest. They couldn't afford to hesitate. Serena's eyes flickered over the Kraken, calculating. "The blood of the Kraken is close," she muttered, barely audible over the thundering sound of the creature's growls. Her hand tightened around her enchanted orb, its glow casting an eerie, ghostly light on the surrounding darkness. She was no stranger to danger, but the sight of the massive creature so close sent a chill through her. "If we can get past it, we'll have what we need to complete the ritual." But the more she looked at the Kraken, the more she realized how dangerous this would be. They were running out of options, and every moment felt like it could be their last. Adrian's mind worked quickly, searching for a way to outmaneuver the Kraken. "If we can find a narrow passage or an opening in the trench's wall, we might be able to slip past it," he suggested. His eyes scanned the surrounding darkness, looking for any hint of a way forward. The trench was vast, but there had to be something, some hidden path that they could use to evade the Kraken's wrath. The creature's eyes glowed with an unearthly light, its massive tentacles thrashing through the water in a terrifying display of raw power. Every movement of the Kraken made the water churn, pulling at them with an almost magnetic force. They had to be fast. As if responding to Adrian's thoughts, one of the Kraken's tentacles lashed out again, this time heading straight for Serena. Without thinking, Adrian lunged forward, his sword slicing through the water as he deflected the strike. The tentacle recoiled, but the sheer force of its blow pushed Adrian back, and he could feel the ocean's pressure pressing down on him. The Kraken's roar reverberated through the water, the sound like an ancient, primordial fury. It was clear that they were far from safe. But Adrian wasn't about to give up, not now. He turned back to Serena, his eyes fierce. "We can do this. Stay close, and follow my lead." Serena nodded, her mind racing as the urgency of the moment pressed down on her. The Kraken's roar echoed around them, its massive form looming ever closer, its glowing red eyes filled with malevolent intent. She could feel the weight of their situation, knowing that they were running out of time. Her thoughts flickered back to the scroll they had discovered in the temple. It had mentioned a way to subdue the Kraken, but it wasn't a simple task. It required precise timing and the use of a rare artifact, the Siren's Lullaby. The artifact, when played correctly, could lull even the fiercest of beasts into a deep, controlled sleep, but it had to be used at the right moment. The scroll had given no guarantees. Serena's hand went to her satchel, feeling the familiar contours of the small conch shell nestled inside. This was the artifact they had recovered from the Enchanted Garden, a place filled with strange and powerful items that had once been the domain of the ancient sirens. The conch was said to be imbued with the essence of the siren's song, capable of releasing a sound so mesmerizing that it could pacify even the most violent of creatures. But she knew the Kraken wouldn't be so easily swayed. The timing had to be perfect, and the Kraken's aggression made it a difficult risk to take. Her fingers tightened around the smooth, spiraled shell as she slowly brought it to her lips. The water around them swirled with the creature's fury, each movement of its tentacles sending shockwaves through the trench. Serena could feel the pulse of the ocean's pressure building, the Kraken's presence suffocating in its intensity. The conch shell felt warm against her skin, as though it were reacting to the Kraken's energy, ready to respond. She took a deep breath, her heart pounding in her chest. If she failed, they would be swallowed by the darkness of the abyssal depths, lost to the crushing grip of the kraken. There was no room for error. Adrian, his sword still raised, kept his focus on the creature as it thrashed in the water, its tentacles slashing through the dark, cold currents. He was watching Serena intently, his eyes sharp. "Now, Serena," he urged, his voice tight with both determination and worry. He knew they needed this to work, knew that the kraken had to be subdued for them to continue their quest. Every second felt like a lifetime as he prepared for the worst while hoping for the best. The siren's lullaby was their only chance, but it depended entirely on Serena's timing, and their survival long enough for the song to take effect. Serena closed her eyes for a moment, centering herself in the chaos around her. She could feel the kraken's rage vibrating through the water, a deep, pulsing force that seemed to tear at her focus. But she didn't waver. Slowly, she raised the conch shell to her lips, steadying her breath. Then, with a deep, resonant exhale, she blew into the shell. The sound that emerged was not the shrill call of an animal, but the soft, haunting melody of an ancient song, one that seemed to call to the very heart of the sea. The water around them shifted as the kraken's movement slowed, its thrashing ceasing momentarily. For a brief moment, it seemed as if time itself had frozen. But Serena knew they had only one chance to get this right. She focused all of her energy on the song, praying that it would be enough to subdue the beast long enough for them to pass. Serena's voice was steady, though the tension in her tone was undeniable as she held the conch shell up for Adrian to see. She was well aware of the gravity of their situation. The kraken's eyes burned with fury, its tentacles thrashing through the water with such force that the currents seemed to bend around them. The creature's growls reverberated through the depths, an ominous sound that filled the entire trench with a sense of impending doom. Yet, amidst the chaos, Serena's mind remained focused. The conch shell, the siren's lullaby, was their only hope, and she knew it had the power to subdue the kraken, if they could get close enough to use it effectively. "The kraken is drawn to fear," Serena continued, her eyes never leaving the creature as it hovered just out of reach, its massive form circling them like a predator closing in on its prey. "But if we can get close enough, the conch's song will lull it into a deep sleep. It will calm its aggression, giving us just enough time to slip by." She adjusted her grip on the artifact, the smooth surface of the conch warm against her palm. She had learned about its powers during their journey, but using it against such a formidable beast was far from a guarantee. The kraken's instinct for survival was fierce, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Adrian nodded, his jaw set with determination. "We need to be quick. If we fail, we'll be crushed under the weight of this place, or worse, consumed by the kraken itself." His grip on his sword tightened, though he knew the weapon would be useless against the creature's size and power. Their best chance was to use the conch's magic, but getting close to the kraken would be a dangerous game. Every instinct in Adrian's body screamed for them to retreat, to flee from the creature's terrifying reach. But they had no other choice. They had to rely on Serena's plan, on the strength of the siren's lullaby. They moved in sync, drifting through the water, careful not to make any sudden movements that might alert the kraken to their approach. The massive creature swam lazily around them, its enormous tentacles sweeping through the water, brushing against the ocean floor with terrifying force. Each movement of the kraken seemed calculated, deliberate, as if it could sense their every intention. Serena felt the weight of its gaze on her, its eyes gleaming in the dim light like two glowing orbs, unblinking and unyielding. She could feel the pressure mounting in her chest, the pulse of fear that threatened to slow her movements, but she pushed it down. She couldn't afford hesitation now. They were this close, so close to the only way they could get through this alive. Adrian's hand reached out to steady Serena, guiding her as they drew closer to the kraken. They were mere feet away now, the creature's enormous body rippling through the water like a living mountain. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but she kept her focus, drawing on every ounce of courage she had. Her fingers gently brushed the surface of the conch, steadying herself. This was the moment. With a deep, controlled breath, she brought the conch to her lips once more, her body poised to unleash the melody that would determine whether they lived or died. The kraken's jaws gaped wide, its massive teeth glinting in the dark waters, but Serena didn't falter. She pressed her lips to the shell and blew softly, the haunting song flowing from it like an ancient tide, carrying with it the last hope they had for survival. Adrian's words were sharp, the urgency in his voice cutting through the thick tension of the moment. The kraken's massive form loomed before them, its gleaming eyes narrowing as it began to move with a slow, deliberate crawl, its colossal tentacles swaying through the water like giant, twisting vines. Each movement of the creature seemed to shift the currents, the pressure mounting with every inch it closed between them. The dim blue light of Serena's enchanted orb flickered as if the very waters themselves were holding their breath in anticipation. Adrian could feel the weight of time pressing down on them. Each second was a gamble, and they were running out of them quickly. If the kraken reached them before Serena could use the siren's lullaby, they would have no escape. He tightened his grip on his sword, knowing full well that it was not a weapon designed for this fight. Their only chance was the conch shell. It seemed so small and fragile compared to the gargantuan beast, yet Serena had assured him it was powerful enough to subdue the creature. The sound of the kraken's growls echoed in the water, vibrating through their bones. Adrian's pulse quickened. He could feel the oppressive presence of the creature growing stronger with each passing moment, its ancient, primal hunger radiating from every corner of the trench. "Do it now, Serena," he urged, his voice tense but controlled, his eyes never leaving the kraken as it continued its steady advance. Serena didn't need any more prompting. Her fingers trembled slightly, but her resolve remained unbroken. She raised the siren's lullaby to her lips, positioning herself just close enough to the kraken's shifting form to reach it. Her body was taut with the strain of their situation, her senses heightened in the murky water, attuned to the rhythm of the deep. The kraken's tentacles swirled in the darkness, inches from her, the tips brushing against the ocean floor with frightening force. Serena's breath hitched in her chest, but she steadied herself. She knew there was no turning back now. The artifact was their only hope of survival, their only chance of putting the kraken into a deep, enchanted slumber. With a deep, calming breath, Serena pressed the shell to her lips, her hands steady despite the tension that surged through her. She blew softly into the conch, and the eerie, lilting melody that emerged from it sent ripples through the water, breaking the silence of the abyss. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, unlike anything either of them had ever heard before. It resonated deep within the trench, vibrating through the very bones of the sea. Adrian watched with bated breath as the kraken halted in its tracks, its large, bulbous eyes flashing, its movements slowing. The hum of the song seemed to wrap around the creature, pulling it in, calming its aggression, and filling the once violent space with an almost tranquil stillness. The kraken's massive tentacles stilled, floating motionless in the water as the melodic lullaby washed over it. For a moment, it seemed as though time itself had paused, the only sound the soft, melodic hum of Serena's song. Adrian held his breath, his gaze locked on the creature as it swayed, its fierce red eyes losing some of their malicious glow, replaced by something softer, more passive. Slowly, the great beast began to lower its massive body, its enormous head tilting slightly as it sank into a deep, otherworldly slumber. Serena's song continued unwavering, until the kraken was completely still, its immense bulk drifting peacefully in the water. The danger, for now, was over. But the question remained, would they have enough time to complete their mission before the creature woke? The deep, oppressive silence of the trench wrapped around them as Adrian and Serena crept closer to the kraken, their movements slow and deliberate. Every shift in the water, every tiny ripple felt like a threat, amplifying their sense of urgency. The kraken, with its massive form looming in the dark depths, was a force of nature, its presence an oppressive weight in the water. Its glowing red eyes flickered as it slowly swayed, the rhythmic swishing of its long tentacles sending shockwaves through the ocean, stirring up currents that made the already challenging terrain even more treacherous. Adrian's hand tightened around his sword, his body tense and ready for anything, but the goal was clear, they had to stay out of the creature's reach. One wrong move, one moment of inattention, and the kraken's deadly appendages could snap them out of the water and into its crushing grasp. The two of them stayed close to the cavern walls, using the shadows as their cover, their bodies pressed against the jagged stone formations. Every now and then, they would hear the kraken's massive tentacles brush past, the sharp, wet sound of its barbs slicing through the water. Serena's heart raced, her mind entirely focused on the task at hand. The danger was palpable, a constant, suffocating threat, but she knew they couldn't afford to be reckless. Every movement had to be precise, every step taken with careful consideration. Adrian remained silent by her side, his focus unyielding, his eyes scanning the water for any signs of the kraken's next strike. They could see the faint outline of the creature's body in the distance, a dark silhouette against the backdrop of the abyss. With each passing second, the kraken's tentacles came closer, reaching out in a slow, calculated sweep, searching for any sign of their presence. The currents shifted, creating a disorienting whirlpool effect around them. They held their breath, waiting for the right moment to move. Serena's grip on the siren's lullaby tightened, the conch shell cool against her palm. Her heart thudded in her chest, the urgency mounting with every slow, undulating movement of the kraken. She exchanged a glance with Adrian, who nodded slightly, a wordless understanding passing between them. The time was drawing near. They had to get close enough to use the artifact, but it was a race against the kraken's ever-watchful eyes and the increasing tension in the water. When they were finally close enough, the kraken's tentacles momentarily halted, suspended in the water as if sensing something was amiss. Serena took the opportunity, raising the conch shell to her lips with a steady hand. She took a deep breath, focusing on the ancient magic of the artifact, and blew into it. The sound that erupted from the shell was unlike anything they had ever heard, a haunting melody that seemed to resonate through the very core of the ocean. It was eerie and beautiful, its otherworldly notes vibrating through the water and cutting through the suffocating silence of the trench. The music was not just a sound, but a pulse, a rhythm that seemed to align with the deep, ancient forces of the sea. The kraken's body twitched, its massive eyes flashing as the melody of the siren's lullaby reached its ears. The massive creature halted mid-swing, its tentacles frozen in place as the powerful lullaby reverberated through the water, enveloping it in a calming, almost hypnotic aura. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she continued to play the melody, her lips pressed firmly against the conch. The kraken, once thrashing in a frenzy, now seemed to sway gently, its monstrous body shifting as if lulled into a deep, otherworldly sleep. The predator, once a terrifying force, was now reduced to a placid, unconscious giant. Slowly, the tension in the water began to ease, and the immediate danger was finally averted. But the path ahead was still fraught with peril, and the lullaby had only bought them precious moments. The clock was ticking, and they had to act quickly before the kraken awoke. The moment the haunting notes of the siren's lullaby filled the water, the kraken's thrashing subsided. Its massive tentacles, which had been searching frantically for any sign of movement, now hung limply in the water. The creature's glowing red eyes, once wide with predatory intent, began to droop, their fiery light dimming to a soft, flickering glow. The dark, ominous energy that had radiated from it now seemed to dissipate, replaced by an unsettling stillness. The kraken's immense body, which had once loomed as an unyielding force in the abyss, seemed to soften, its powerful form no longer pulsing with violent energy. The deep, rumbling growl that had vibrated through the water slowly faded away, replaced by the steady rhythm of the creature's breathing, a sound almost peaceful in comparison to the chaos it had brought moments before. Serena kept playing, her hands steady despite the adrenaline coursing through her veins. The melody was ancient and powerful, its magic woven from the very essence of the sea itself. It wasn't just a lullaby. It was a spell that could tame the fiercest of creatures, invoking a deep, serene slumber. But as she watched the kraken's eyes slowly close, her sense of unease remained. They were only moments away from achieving their goal, but there was no telling how long the kraken would remain under the lullaby's spell. Time was now their most precious commodity. Serena felt a bead of sweat trickle down her temple as the weight of their task pressed on her shoulders. Every second counted. Adrian, his sword still gripped tightly in his hand, moved cautiously toward Serena's side. His eyes never left the Kraken's slumbering form, watching for any sign that the lullaby might falter or that the creature might stir from its deep sleep. Despite the creature's immobility, the depth of the trench still felt oppressive. The silence was overwhelming, thick with tension and uncertainty. The Kraken's massive body was now a looming presence, still as the depths surrounding them. Adrian had always been a warrior, but in this moment, he was a silent guardian, ready to act at a moment's notice if anything went wrong. His breathing was slow and controlled, matching the rhythm of the lullaby that seemed to pulse in time with the ocean itself. As the seconds ticked by, the Kraken's breathing deepened, its body swaying gently with the current as it drifted further into its enchanted slumber. Its massive tentacles, once sharp and thrashing with deadly intent, now hung lifeless in the water, casting long, eerie shadows across the dark seafloor. Serena's heart rate slowed, her focus unwavering. She could feel the ancient power of the conch shell coursing through her, its magic reaching into the very core of the creature, binding it in a calm that was almost unnatural. It was a delicate balance. Too much power, and the Kraken could be killed by the spell. Too little, and it might awaken too soon. She had to maintain just the right amount of pressure, the right amount of enchantment to ensure the lullaby's success. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the last of the Kraken's movements stilled. Its eyes, now fully closed, no longer glowed with the menacing red light that had once pierced the dark waters. The creature, for all its monstrous size and terrifying power, lay completely still, enveloped in the deep, magical sleep that Serena had induced. The tension in the water lifted, replaced by an eerie calm. But Serena knew their work wasn't done. They had one final task, to retrieve the blood of the Kraken, the last ingredient they needed to break the curse. And now, with the creature's slumbering form before them, they had only a narrow window to act. The quiet of the trench was almost too much to bear as they prepared to retrieve the final piece of their mission. "Now!" Serena whispered urgently, her voice cutting through the silence like a blade. The moment was upon them, and there was no time to waste. She immediately pulled the vial from her satchel, her fingers trembling slightly as they clasped the delicate glass. The Kraken lay in an unnatural, serene sleep, its massive body drifting gently in the water, unaware of the delicate operation unfolding right beneath its shadow. Serena's heart raced in her chest, but her hands moved with practiced precision. She knew the risks all too well. One wrong move, one noise too loud, and the creature could awaken, plunging them back into the fight they had so carefully avoided. Adrian shifted closer, his movements slow and controlled, eyes scanning the massive beast for any sign of stirring. He didn't dare speak, knowing that even a whisper could shatter the delicate calm that surrounded them. His grip on his sword tightened, instinctively prepared for any danger that might arise, though his focus remained on Serena and her task. The Kraken's form loomed ominously in the murky waters, its tendrils still but potent, a reminder of just how fragile their situation was. They had been lucky to make it this far, and they needed to finish the job before the lullaby's effect wore off. Serena positioned herself carefully, the vial in hand, and moved to the base of the Kraken's nearest tentacle. The liquid they needed was located deep within its veins, an ancient blood that pulsed with the magic of the ocean itself. Her breath came in slow, steady intervals as she reached out, using the tip of a thin, enchanted needle to pierce the Kraken's tough, rubbery skin. The process was painstaking and required immense care, as any misstep could cause the creature to stir, possibly waking it before they had retrieved what they needed. Every movement was deliberate, every shift in position measured. As the needle found its target, a faint pulse of energy surged through the water, a rippling wave of power that seemed to echo from the Kraken's body. Serena's heart skipped a beat, but she remained unfazed. The magic was working, the Kraken's blood slowly beginning to fill the vial. It was a strange, shimmering liquid, dark and thick, yet almost ethereal in its glow. The blood of the Kraken was a key ingredient for the ritual, capable of binding the elements together and sealing the curse once and for all. But it was also rare and dangerous, and retrieving it from the Kraken's veins was no small feat. Serena's hands moved faster now, the urgency of the moment pressing down on her. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, The vial was full. Serena carefully withdrew the needle, her eyes never leaving the Kraken's slow form. The sleep spell helped them, but she knew they couldn't afford to linger. She quickly sealed the vial and tucked it safely into her satchel, her movements efficient and precise. With the blood of the Kraken secured, their task was almost complete. All that remained was to make their way back to the surface, where the ritual could be performed to break the curse. But as Serena looked at Adrian, she knew they were far from finished. The journey ahead would be just as perilous as the one they had already endured, and there was no guarantee that success would come easy. Still, they had what they needed, and for the first time in what felt like ages, hope surged within her. They hurried past the sleeping Kraken, moving swiftly through the shadowy water as the weight of their mission pushed them forward. Every part of the trench seemed to grow more foreboding as they descended, the walls narrowing, and the water growing colder. Their every movement was carefully measured, aware that the Kraken's slumber would not last forever. The silence of the trench felt suffocating, the only sound their own breathing, echoing in the eerie stillness. As they pressed on, their goal began to take form, a glimmering light at the bottom of the abyss. It was the lair of the Kraken, an ancient and treacherous place, known for the wreckage of ships that littered its depths, the skeletal remains of those who had tried, and failed, to retrieve the blood of the Kraken. Reaching the lair, they were greeted with a scene both awe-inspiring and grotesque. The cavern stretched out before them, its edges jagged and sharp, the walls adorned with the broken remnants of countless ships. Rotted timbers and shattered sails drifted among coral-encrusted skeletons, the echoes of forgotten lives lingering in the cold, murky depths. Serena's eyes flicked over the wreckage, the sight of it sending a chill through her, but she forced herself to focus. They had no time to dwell on the past. The task at hand was all that mattered. Her hand instinctively went to her satchel, ensuring the vial containing the blood of the Kraken was still secure. It would be the key to breaking the curse, but only if they could make it back alive. At the center of the cavern, a glowing crimson pool caught their attention. The water around it shimmered with an otherworldly light, casting an eerie glow across the cavern's wreckage. The blood of the Kraken lay within this pool, a powerful, living essence that pulsed like a heartbeat. It was the very lifeblood of the creature, its magic as ancient as the ocean itself. Serena's breath caught in her throat as she took in the sight. The crimson liquid rippled and swirled with a strange, seductive energy, and she felt its pull deep within her bones. This was the final piece they needed, the element that would bind the forces of the ritual together. Adrian's voice broke through her thoughts, his tone urgent. "We need to act quickly. The Kraken won't stay asleep forever." Serena nodded, shaking off the weight of the sight before her. They had come too far to hesitate now. She had no intention of allowing the Kraken's power to slip through their fingers. She motioned for Adrian to approach the pool with her, knowing that the blood of the Kraken was volatile and could react to their presence. The pool seemed to recognize them, its surface rippling with a pulse of dark energy, as if aware of their intentions. But Serena held firm, her resolve strengthening as she moved closer. They hovered at the edge of the pool, knowing they had to be precise. The blood of the Kraken could not be collected carelessly. Any disruption could trigger the Kraken's wrath and awaken the beast in an instant. Serena crouched beside the pool, her hand trembling slightly as she reached for a ceremonial dagger. The task was delicate, and the risks were high, but the stakes had never been clearer. With a steady hand, she drew the blade across the surface of the pool, allowing the blood to flow into a second vial that she had prepared. The liquid was thicker than any she had ever encountered, and its pull was almost magnetic. As the vial filled, Serena glanced at Adrian, meeting his eyes with a silent understanding. The final piece was in their grasp. They had come this far. Now, all they had to do was make it back, and hope that the ritual would be enough to break the curse. Serena's hands moved with practiced precision, the tip of her ceremonial dagger gently skimming the surface of the glowing crimson liquid. Each movement was deliberate, calculated, as if the slightest misstep could undo everything they had fought for. The blood of the Kraken, thick and pulsing with an eerie energy, swirled into the vial she held with steady hands. Despite the weight of the task and the danger lurking in every shadow of the Kraken's lair, she remained calm, her focus absolute. This was the final element they needed to break the curse that had plagued the reef for centuries, and the stakes had never been higher. The pool seemed to resist the extraction, its surface rippling in waves of dark energy, but Serena was undeterred. She had come this far, and nothing would stop her now. As the vial filled, the crimson liquid seemed to come alive, shifting with a mesmerizing glow. The air around them felt charged, thick with the power of the Kraken's blood. Serena could feel its weight in the air, pressing down on her chest like a physical force. The cavern, once still and silent, now hummed with a low, vibrating resonance that seemed to echo from the very walls. She could sense the immense power contained within the blood, a magic older than the ocean itself, and for a moment, a fleeting thought crossed her mind, that perhaps they were playing with forces beyond their understanding. But she pushed the thought aside. There was no turning back now. They had no choice but to finish what they had started. The vial was full, its contents a deep, swirling crimson, and Serena sealed it quickly, her breath catching in her throat. She glanced at Adrian, who stood watch, his sharp eyes scanning the darkness of the lair for any signs of movement. The Kraken still slumbered, unaware of their presence, but they knew that time was not on their side. Serena tucked the vial carefully into her satchel, securing it among the other items they had gathered on their journey. The weight of the small vial was significant, and as she adjusted it, she could feel the enormity of the task that lay ahead. They had what they came for, but now they had to return, and the journey back would be no less perilous. "We have everything we need," Serena said, her voice quiet but firm, as she stood and took one last look at the Kraken's lair. The massive cavern was both awe-inspiring and unnerving, filled with the remnants of past attempts at retrieving the blood, the skeletal remains of those who had failed. It was a graveyard of ambition, a reminder of the dangers they had faced, and the dangers still ahead. But Serena pushed the unsettling thought aside. The ritual would work. It had to. The reef's survival, and their own, depended on it. Adrian nodded, his expression grim but resolute. "Let's get out of here," he said, his voice low. They didn't speak further, knowing that every second they lingered increased the risk of the Kraken awakening. Together, they began to move toward the entrance of the cavern, the vial of Kraken's blood their final and most dangerous prize. As they swam through the lair's dark waters, Serena felt a sense of finality settle over her. They had come this far. The path ahead was unclear, but one thing was certain: the fate of the reef was now in their hands. As Serena and Adrian turned to leave the Kraken's lair, a deep, rumbling growl reverberated through the cavern, stopping them in their tracks. The water around them seemed to tremble as the massive creature's eyes snapped open, glowing with a malevolent red light. Its immense form, once motionless and serene, now began to twitch with violent energy. The effects of the siren's lullaby were fading far quicker than they had anticipated, and the Kraken was rousing from its deep slumber with terrifying speed. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she turned to face the creature, her instincts screaming that they were no longer safe. The Kraken's tentacles, each one thick and formidable, writhed in the water with primal fury. They slapped against the rocky seafloor, sending shockwaves through the cavern. A low, guttural roar erupted from the creature, vibrating the very bones in Serena's body. The air seemed to grow colder, and the once oppressive darkness of the trench deepened, as though the ocean itself had become more hostile in response to the Kraken's awakening. The threat was undeniable now. If they didn't act quickly, they would be swallowed by its wrath, consumed by the very creature they had only moments ago successfully subdued. Adrian was the first to react, his grip tightening on his sword as he took a step forward, positioning himself between Serena and the Kraken. His gaze was locked on the creature, calculating its every movement. "We need to move, now!" he shouted, urgency in his voice. The Kraken's tentacles lashed out with terrifying speed, and the water around them grew turbulent as it sought to strike. Serena's pulse quickened, her eyes scanning for any way out of the cavern before the Kraken could retaliate. She felt the weight of their situation. This wasn't just a fight for survival anymore. It was a race against time. The kraken's roar intensified as it began to rise, its enormous form pressing forward in the water with a deadly grace. Tentacles reached out, grasping at the water as though it could feel the vibrations of their movements. Serena's mind raced. They had no time to escape through the trench as they had planned. Too many currents would pull them deeper into the kraken's territory. She needed to think, to find another way. Her eyes darted around the cavern, seeking any possible escape, any hidden path they might use to evade the creature. The vial of kraken's blood hung heavily in her satchel, a reminder of the power they had come for. But the danger was now more immediate than the success of their mission. With a fierce determination, Serena grabbed Adrian's arm. "This way," she urged, pulling him toward the far side of the cavern where a narrow passage seemed to wind deeper into the trench. It was a risk, but it was the only option. As they swam toward the passage, the kraken's tentacles swept through the water, closing in on them with terrifying precision. They barely managed to evade a deadly strike, the force of the tentacles passing sending ripples through the water that nearly knocked them off course. But they kept moving, pushing themselves toward the safety of the unknown passage, knowing that their chances of survival were slipping away with each second that the kraken stirred. "Go!" Adrian shouted, his voice laced with urgency as he grabbed Serena's hand and yanked her toward the exit. The water around them churned violently as the kraken's tentacles lashed through the depths, creating powerful currents that threatened to pull them back. Serena's heart raced as she struggled to keep up with Adrian's swift movements, her mind still spinning from the chaos of the kraken's awakening. Every instinct told her to flee, to escape the creature's wrath, but the overwhelming pull of the ocean and the weight of the task they had completed kept her focused. The kraken was no longer a distant threat, it was a living nightmare, and it was hunting them now. Adrian led the way, his powerful strokes cutting through the water with determination. Serena could feel the force of the currents tugging at them, as though the very ocean itself was conspiring to drag them back to the kraken's grasp. The passage they had entered was narrow, and as they swam deeper into its dark depths, the water grew colder, the pressure of the trench closing in on them. Serena glanced back, only to see the cavern they had left filling with a cloud of swirling darkness as the kraken's enormous body surged toward them. It was relentless, and with each passing moment, it grew closer, the sound of its furious roars echoing through the water. The tension in Serena's chest tightened as she kicked harder, trying to keep pace with Adrian despite the overwhelming pressure of the water. The kraken's monstrous form was fast approaching, its tentacles now slicing through the water with precision, seeking to ensnare them in its deadly grip. Serena's pulse quickened as she felt the cold embrace of its wrath closing in. The narrow passage seemed to stretch endlessly ahead of them, and she couldn't shake the fear that they might not make it out in time. Adrian's grip on her hand was the only anchor in the chaos, a lifeline as they hurtled toward safety. "Keep going!" Adrian called, his voice cutting through the rush of water as he glanced back, his jaw clenched in determination. His eyes locked onto the dark opening ahead, their only hope of escape. Serena pushed herself harder, summoning every ounce of strength she had left. The passage was growing steeper, but she could see the faintest flicker of light ahead, signaling the end of their underwater labyrinth. The kraken's roar grew more distant, but the threat was still there, hovering just behind them. Their survival depended on reaching the exit before the creature could track them down again. With one final burst of energy, they surged toward the opening, emerging from the dark passage into a slightly shallower part of the trench. The pressure lifted immediately, and the rushing current of water seemed to subside, giving them a brief respite. Serena gasped for air, the first breath she had taken in what felt like an eternity. She glanced back, her body tense with anticipation, but the kraken was no longer in sight. For a moment, it felt as though they had outrun death itself. But Serena knew that this was only a temporary reprieve. The kraken would not be easily defeated, and they still had a long way to go before their mission was complete. They raced out of the cavern, the water now a violent maelstrom of swirling currents as the kraken's fury intensified. Its monstrous form loomed in the distance, its tentacles lashing out in a frenzy, creating waves of force that sent tremors through the water. Each of its strikes created ripples of power, propelling them backward with terrifying speed. The very ocean seemed to conspire against them, the currents growing more treacherous as they tried to escape. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she fought to keep her head above the relentless tide, her muscles burning from the effort of swimming against the pull of the abyss. The kraken's shrill roars echoed through the water, a constant reminder that it would not let them go easily. Adrian's grip on her hand tightened, urging her forward as he pushed them both through the tumultuous water. His eyes remained fixed on the narrow passage ahead, the last stretch of open water that would lead them to the relative safety of the reef. Serena's breath came in short gasps, her body moving on instinct as the kraken's presence grew ever more oppressive behind them. The creature's immense form was now only a few paces away, its sharp tentacles slicing through the water, the tips glinting ominously in the dim light. Each passing second felt like an eternity as they raced toward freedom, the weight of the water pressing down on them from all sides. The currents grew fiercer, twisting and pulling them toward the abyss, but Serena and Adrian kept their focus. They knew that one wrong move could send them spiraling back into the kraken's grasp, but the thought of the blood of the kraken safely secured in Serena's satchel gave them the strength to keep moving. They swam with a ferocity born of desperation, relying on every ounce of their training and survival instinct to stay ahead of the monstrous creature. Adrian's determination was unwavering, and Serena mirrored his resolve, pushing herself beyond her limits, her eyes locked on the faint light of the surface that seemed so far away yet so close. With one final burst of energy, they broke free of the kraken's reach, the darkness of the trench giving way to the dim glow of the reef above. The water lightened around them, the pressure easing as they ascended through the layers of the ocean. The sounds of the kraken's roars grew muffled behind them, the distance between them and the creature increasing with every stroke. Serena felt a surge of relief flood through her, but she didn't dare slow down. The kraken was relentless, and while they had escaped the immediate danger, it was only a matter of time before it would return in search of revenge. Finally, with one last push, they breached the surface, gasping for air as they emerged into the calm waters of the reef. The kraken's roar was now a distant memory, replaced by the soothing sounds of the ocean around them. They had made it. Their bodies were exhausted, their muscles aching from the brutal swim, but they had survived. Serena and Adrian exchanged a look of quiet triumph, knowing that they had just narrowly escaped the grasp of death. But even as the adrenaline began to ebb, the reality of their mission pressed on. They still had one final step to complete, and the reef's fate rested on what came next. When they finally broke the surface, gasping for air, the sky above was painted with the colors of twilight. The warm hues of orange and pink bled into the fading blue, casting a soft glow over the water. The cool evening air felt like a balm against their burning lungs, though it did little to erase the deep fatigue that had settled into their bones. Their bodies ached from the grueling journey, each movement heavy and sluggish, but the sight of the peaceful horizon was a welcome contrast to the terror they had just faced. The kraken was now a distant memory, its fury replaced by the calm stillness of the ocean at dusk. They had made it out, against all odds. Adrian leaned back, floating on the surface for a moment, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his breath. His eyes were half-lidded, still processing the enormity of what they had accomplished. They had ventured into the heart of darkness, fought a creature from legends, and survived the abyssal depths, all to retrieve the blood of the kraken. The vial containing the precious substance was now secured in Serena's satchel, the final piece of the puzzle that would allow them to break the curse that had plagued the reef. He allowed himself a rare, fleeting smile, the thrill of their success warming him from the inside out, but it was quickly tempered by the weight of what came next. Serena, too, floated beside him, her face a mixture of relief and exhaustion. Her heart still raced from the adrenaline of their escape, but she couldn't help but feel a surge of pride for how far they had come. They had faced the kraken and the abyssal depths together, their bond forged in the fires of their trials. Despite the dangers they had encountered, they had always found a way to overcome them. But she knew they weren't done yet. The blood of the kraken was the last of the ingredients needed to break the curse, and while their victory felt sweet, the final step was still ahead of them. The ritual would be the ultimate test of their resolve. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last light of day casting long shadows across the water, Serena turned her gaze to the reef in the distance. They were so close now, only one final journey left to complete. But the reef was still in danger, the curse hanging over it like a dark cloud. The ritual would take everything they had, and there was no room for failure. Serena tightened her grip on the vial, feeling the weight of their task settling on her shoulders. She glanced at Adrian, his face set with determination, and knew he shared the same resolve. The reef's fate, and their own, rested in their hands. With a final deep breath, Serena pushed herself forward, ready to take the last steps of their journey. Adrian followed closely, his presence a steadying force beside her. Together, they swam toward the reef, the water growing warmer as they neared its familiar embrace. Their bodies were weary, their spirits tested, but there was no turning back now. The curse that had plagued the reef for so long was about to be broken, and they would be the ones to do it. The end of their long journey was within reach, and despite the exhaustion, they couldn't help but feel a sense of hope flickering in their chests. As they swam back toward the sanctuary of the reef, the weight of their journey began to settle in, pressing down on them like the ocean's own heavy currents. Their bodies ached from the battles they had fought, from the strain of navigating the abyssal depths and facing the monstrous kraken. Each stroke felt more laborious than the last, but it wasn't just their physical exhaustion that weighed on them. The mental toll of everything they had endured was starting to sink in, the terrifying unknowns, the constant threat of failure, and the haunting moments of fear that had gnawed at them along the way. Yet, despite everything, they were alive, and they were returning with the blood of the kraken, the final piece of the puzzle to break the curse on the reef. They had made it this far. Adrian's eyes scanned the horizon ahead, the reef slowly coming into view as the colors of the setting sun shimmered off the water's surface. The gentle sway of the corals seemed almost welcoming, a stark contrast to the chaos and danger they had just escaped. Despite their weariness, a sense of calm began to settle over him. The reef, their home, was within reach, and with it, the final step of their journey. He glanced over at Serena, who swam beside him with her usual quiet strength, her expression determined but softened by the relief that came with knowing they had survived. Their shared glances spoke volumes, words unnecessary after everything they had been through together. There was no doubt that the challenges they had faced had changed them, and forged a bond that went far beyond mere partnership. Serena's thoughts mirrored Adrian's as she looked at the reef growing closer. The sanctuary that had been her home for so long, and the place she had fought so desperately to protect, was now within her grasp. Yet, the thought of the final ritual still loomed large in her mind. They had come so far, and the weight of their mission pressed heavily on her chest. The blood of the kraken was now in their possession, but it was only one part of the equation. The ritual that would break the curse, and save the reef, would require more than just ingredients. It would require precision, timing, and strength, both physical and emotional. Serena could feel the sense of responsibility growing inside her, knowing that everything hinged on their next steps. But there was no room for hesitation. They had faced unimaginable dangers together, and they had emerged stronger for it. The journey had changed them both in ways they hadn't yet fully understood. They had started as two individuals with a shared goal, but along the way, they had become something more, partners, comrades, and friends, bound by the trials they had faced and the trust they had built. Serena's heart felt lighter now, knowing that they had made it through the worst of it. But her mind was already turning toward the final challenge, the one that would determine the fate of the reef. She could feel the pull of the place, the weight of her responsibility, and the uncertainty of what was to come. But with Adrian beside her, she knew they could face whatever awaited them. Together, they were unstoppable. As the reef came fully into view, its vibrant corals and tranquil waters a stark contrast to the dangers they had left behind, a deep sense of resolve settled over them both. Their bond had deepened in ways words couldn't fully express. Each challenge they had faced had been a test, not only of their physical strength but of their trust in each other. They had learned to depend on one another, to read each other's intentions without speaking, and to fight side by side without hesitation. The thought of what lay ahead didn't seem quite as daunting anymore. They had come this far, and they would finish what they had started. The reef would be saved, and the curse would be broken, not by any one person alone, but by the strength they had found together. With the final piece of the puzzle in hand, the blood of the Kraken secured within a vial, Adrian and Serena stood at the edge of the heart of the reef, their minds sharp with purpose. The shimmering coral structures surrounding them seemed to glow with an ethereal light, as though the reef itself was aware of the impending ritual. The weight of the moment hung in the air, thick and unspoken. They had gathered every ingredient, faced unimaginable dangers, and fought through the darkest depths of the ocean. But as they prepared for the final step, the truth of their task settled heavily within them. The ritual was not just a simple incantation to break a curse. It was a battle against the very forces that had corrupted the reef. The hardest part, they both knew, was still to come. Serena's gaze shifted to the swirling waters below, the heart of the reef pulsing with a quiet, almost mournful energy. The ritual would call forth the power of the reef itself, the ancient magic that had once protected it, and bind it to the heartstone, the symbol of their hopes for renewal. But the dark force that had cursed the reef had taken root deep within the waters, twisting the life force of the ocean. It would not yield easily. Serena could feel the weight of that darkness, like a shadow lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike. They were prepared, but the uncertainty of what might happen when the ritual began gnawed at her resolve. She turned to Adrian, catching his eye, and the unspoken understanding passed between them. This was no longer just about them, but about everything they held dear. Adrian felt the same weight, but his determination had only grown stronger with each challenge they faced. The journey had tested him in ways he hadn't anticipated, but it had also shown him the depth of his own strength and his reliance on Serena. Their partnership had evolved into something far more powerful than he could have imagined. As they stood there, ready to perform the ritual, he knew that it was their bond, their shared commitment to the reef, that would see them through. The blood of the Kraken was the final ingredient, but it was their unity, their combined strength, that would make the magic work. He reached out, placing a reassuring hand on Serena's shoulder, a silent promise that they would face whatever came together. The ritual would require them to channel their own life force, drawing on the strength of the heartstone and the essence of the reef itself. They had no guarantees, no assurance that it would work. The heart of the reef had been ravaged by the curse for so long, and the force that had taken hold within the depths was powerful and relentless. The magic of the Kraken's blood was ancient and volatile, and it would not be tamed easily. But with every step they had taken, they had proven that they were capable of overcoming the impossible. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the Kraken, and gathered the sacred elements. The final challenge would test them, but they would not falter. Not now. Not when everything was at stake. With the preparations made, they stood ready, their hearts in sync, as they began the incantation that would channel the power of the blood of the Kraken and the Heartstone. The water around them seemed to respond, the currents shifting as if aware of the change in the air. They could feel the energy building, the power surging around them, but also the darkness, coiling beneath the surface like a serpent waiting to strike. They could not let it take hold. As they spoke the final words, the magic began to swirl, a brilliant light glowing from within the Heartstone, binding the forces of the reef to the ancient power they had unearthed. The battle had begun, and only their resolve would determine whether they could restore the heart of the reef, or lose everything in the process. Chapter 33: The Ritual's Challenges. The air was thick with tension as Adrian and Serena stood at the heart of the reef, their bodies drawn taut with anticipation. The sacred site, an ancient clearing surrounded by towering coral pillars, felt both otherworldly and intimate, its deep-rooted power almost tangible. The sky above hung heavy, clouds swirling in ominous patterns that seemed to reflect the turmoil inside them. The calm, glittering water surrounding them appeared serene, a sharp contrast to the chaos that churned within their hearts. Though the surface was tranquil, they could both sense the volatile energy beneath, waiting to be unleashed. This was the moment they had been preparing for, the culmination of everything they had endured, and yet a part of them could not shake the apprehension that lingered in the air like an unseen storm. As the winds began to stir, carrying the scent of salt and impending rain, Serena's grip tightened around the vial of Kraken's blood, the final ingredient needed to break the curse that had plagued the reef for so long. The ritual was their last hope, But it was no simple task. The forces they were about to invoke were ancient and unpredictable, and the Heartstone, once the source of balance, would either be restored or destroyed in the process. Serena glanced at Adrian, her heart beating a little faster, her mind racing through the steps they needed to follow. They had survived unimaginable dangers to gather the elements for this moment, but now, as they prepared to channel the energy of the reef itself, they knew the stakes were higher than ever. The calm waters around them hid the dangerous unknowns they would soon face. Adrian's eyes were fixed on the horizon, his jaw set in a firm line. His thoughts, like Serena's, were consumed by the weight of their task, but he refused to let fear take root. He had fought alongside her through every trial, and he wasn't about to let that journey end in failure. The ritual's power would not be easy to control, but it was their only chance to restore the heart of the reef and break the curse once and for all. As the wind howled louder and the first droplets of rain fell, he felt the power of the reef resonate deep within him, a silent call to act. They had prepared for this moment for so long, and though they couldn't predict what would happen next, they both understood that they were ready to face whatever came. Serena stood at the center of the sacred circle, her body steady despite the maelstrom of emotions swirling inside her. In one hand, she clutched the vial of blood of the Kraken, its crimson contents glowing ominously in the dim light. Her other hand held the Heartstone, the radiant gem pulsing with an ethereal light that seemed to hum in harmony with her heartbeat. The Heartstone had always been a symbol of the reef's life force, and now, it was their beacon of hope, the key to unlocking the balance they so desperately needed. As she carefully surveyed the ritual setup, her eyes traced the placement of each ingredient, knowing that even the smallest disruption could cause failure. The air around her thrummed with power, the elements they had gathered, each one a vital piece of the puzzle, forming a delicate balance that could not be disturbed. The tears of the sea glistened like liquid moonlight, their soft, iridescent glow casting faint shadows on the surrounding coral. Each pearl held the weight of the ocean's sorrow and its hope for renewal, and their beauty was almost too haunting to behold. Nearby, the essence of life radiated a gentle, golden warmth, as though the very essence of the sea's vitality had been captured in its liquid form. It shimmered faintly, its presence almost soothing, as if it were the calm before the storm. Each ingredient seemed alive, its energy flowing with purpose, and together they formed a powerful nexus of magic that would either save the reef or destroy it. Serena's pulse quickened as she felt the weight of their responsibility settle heavily upon her. She and Adrian had come so far, and now, with everything in place, they were on the verge of something far greater than they could have imagined. Around them, the winds began to shift, growing louder as the storm that had been building above them intensified. The elements they had gathered began to vibrate, their energies responding to the call of the Heartstone. The air felt thick, heavy with the anticipation of what was to come. Serena's grip on the Heartstone tightened, her breath steadying as she focused her thoughts on the task ahead. She knew this moment was critical. The ritual required perfect timing, a precise release of energy that would bind the forces together in harmony. The blood of the Kraken, the final ingredient they had risked so much to retrieve, was the key that would unlock the magic necessary to break the curse. With one last glance at Adrian, she felt a surge of determination. They were ready. The reef's fate, and their own, rested in their hands. Serena's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their implications. She glanced at Adrian, her gaze unwavering, though a flicker of uncertainty passed through her eyes. The ritual was not just a test of strength or endurance. It was a trial that would push them to their limits, demanding not only their physical prowess but their very souls. The curse they sought to break had been centuries in the making, and the ritual was crafted to ensure that only those truly worthy could disrupt the ancient forces at work. Serena knew the challenges they would face were not just external. The ritual would confront their deepest fears, their most hidden doubts. It would ask them to give of themselves in ways they could never have anticipated. As she took a steadying breath, Serena couldn't ignore the uneasy flutter in her chest. She had faced dangers before, but this was different. The Heartstone pulsed softly in her hand, its energy reassuring yet overwhelming in its intensity. The blood of the Kraken, the essence of life, and the tears of the sea, they were all powerful elements, But without the strength of their bond, they would be useless. The ritual required them to align their will, their hearts, and their purpose with the forces they were about to unleash. It was no longer just about completing a task. It was about proving that they were the right ones for this moment, that they could rise to the challenge and face whatever trials lay ahead, no matter how daunting or dangerous. The path we've walked has been difficult, but this will test us in ways we haven't yet imagined. Serena continued, her voice barely above a whisper, as if the air itself might listen and respond. But together, we can endure. We've already shown that our bond is our strength. Now, it will be the foundation upon which we succeed. She turned to face him fully, a sense of quiet resolve settling over her. The fear was still there, lingering beneath the surface, but it no longer had the power to paralyze her. They had come this far, and though the ritual would push them to their breaking points, Serena knew they were ready to face whatever came next, together. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword, the familiar weight grounding him in the present moment. The tension in the air was almost tangible, thick with the energy of what was about to unfold. The sky above them seemed to hold its breath, the storm clouds swirling in anticipation, mirroring the uncertainty within his own heart. Yet, as he stood beside Serena, he felt a surge of conviction that erased any lingering doubt. They had come so far, faced the abyss, outsmarted the kraken, and gathered the elements necessary to break the curse. Each challenge had tested them, yes, but it had also shaped them, forging a bond that was unbreakable. They were no longer just allies in a mission, they were a team, united by the trials they had faced and overcome. Despite the weight of the ritual before them, Adrian felt a quiet strength settle in his chest. The fear that had once clawed at him in moments of uncertainty was replaced by a fierce determination. His mind flashed back to the darkest moments of their journey, the times when victory seemed impossible, when it felt as if they were standing at the edge of a precipice with no way forward. Yet they had pressed on. Serena had always been his anchor, her resolve unwavering in the face of danger, and he had learned to trust her completely. Now, as they stood at the heart of the reef, ready to face the ultimate test, he knew that whatever happened, they would face it together. Adrian's voice was steady, the certainty in it unmistakable. We've faced everything this reef has thrown at us. We can do this. The words were not just for Serena. They were a reminder to himself as much as they were to her. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the kraken, and gathered the sacred elements. This final step was theirs to take, and no matter the trials the ritual would throw their way, he believed in their ability to overcome it. Together, they were unstoppable. With a final glance at Serena, Adrian stepped forward, his resolve clear. The ritual would not break them. They were ready. Serena's heart pounded in her chest as she raised the heart stone above her head, its radiant glow casting shimmering patterns on the water's surface. The words she spoke were ancient, their meanings lost to time, but their power was undeniable. Each syllable reverberated through the air, carrying with it the weight of centuries of forgotten magic. Her voice remained steady, though inside, the urgency of the moment pressed upon her. As the final words left her lips, the world seemed to hold its breath, and for a fleeting moment, all was still. Then, the energy in the air surged, crackling like static, as if the very fabric of the reef had been awakened by her invocation. The waters around them began to stir, responding to the call of the ritual, swirling in chaotic patterns as if some ancient force had been disturbed from its slumber. Serena could feel the energy building, vibrating through the very ground beneath her feet, rushing up her spine and out through her hands that still held the heartstone. The air around them grew heavy, thick with raw, untamed power. Her mind raced as she tried to focus, keeping the heartstone aligned with the precise position she had studied, aware that even the slightest misstep could undo everything they had worked for. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, a growing force that threatened to overwhelm them both. Despite the intensity of the storm brewing around them, Serena remained resolute. She could hear the deep, rhythmic pulse of the heartstone, now vibrating in perfect harmony with the elements they had gathered. The energy was no longer just a force in the air, it was a living, breathing entity, intertwining with the very fabric of the reef. Serena's breath was shallow, her hands beginning to tremble from the strain, but she knew she had to push through. This was the culmination of everything they had fought for, and there was no turning back now. As the ritual reached its zenith, the water began to glow with an otherworldly light, casting everything in a surreal, ethereal glow. The heartstone pulsed with a life of its own, signaling that the ritual was nearly complete. As the ritual deepened, the first test of their resolve materialized with a sudden, violent tremor that shook the very ground beneath their feet. The calm water surrounding them began to stir, escalating into violent waves that crashed against their legs. Serena's eyes widened in shock as a massive whirlpool rose from the depths, its swirling vortex spinning with a relentless, menacing force. The water was no longer their ally. It became an adversary, thrashing and pulling with a violent grip. The currents churned in erratic patterns, attempting to drag them toward the abyss at its center. Serena felt the weight of the challenge pressing down on her, the heartstone in her hands vibrating violently as if it too was reacting to the growing chaos. Her concentration wavered for a moment as the whirlpool's force intensified. It was as if the very elements themselves were fighting against her, testing her worthiness to wield such power. Serena's voice faltered for an instant, her words breaking as the water tugged at her body, pulling her toward the vortex's edge. Her mind raced. She had prepared for physical trials, but this level of raw elemental power was beyond what she had expected. The ritual she had carefully studied now seemed like an insurmountable challenge, the weight of her responsibility nearly overwhelming. Despite the struggle, she fought to stay grounded, to maintain the chant, her hands tightening around the heartstone, willing it to stabilize the storm raging around them. Adrian, standing steadfast beside her, could see the strain in Serena's face as the power of the whirlpool tested her limits. He gripped his sword tightly, ready to fend off anything that came their way, but he knew this battle was not one of physical force. It was one of willpower. He could feel the growing pull of the whirlpool, the water swirling faster with each passing second, yet Serena's determination never wavered. Her eyes locked onto the heartstone, her chant growing stronger, and slowly, the violent currents began to ebb. It was a battle of wills, and despite the ferocity of the challenge, Serena's resolve was unbreakable. The whirlpool began to subside, its pull weakening until the water stilled once more, the challenge overcome, but only just. The first test had been passed, but they both knew that greater trials awaited them still. Adrian's voice cut through the roar of the swirling water, a desperate anchor in the chaos. He turned to Serena, his expression fierce and unwavering as the whirlpool continued to rage around them, its pull growing stronger. The water whipped at their faces and tugged at their limbs, threatening to rip them apart. Yet, in the midst of the storm, Adrian's gaze remained fixed on Serena, watching her every move as the ritual took all her focus. He could see the strain in her face, the way the currents tugged at her, trying to break her concentration. He knew that if she faltered, they would lose everything, and the curse would remain unbroken. "Stay with me, Serena!" Adrian shouted again, his words a lifeline amidst the chaos. He reached out, grabbing her arm to steady her as the whirlpool's force grew more violent. Her face was pale, and her breath came in shallow gasps, but she held the heartstone tightly, her voice still chanting the ancient words. The whirlpool's center was a maelstrom of dark water, churning with an almost sentient fury, but Adrian could see the flicker of determination in her eyes. Despite the violent assault of the elements, she didn't let go. She couldn't. Adrian could feel the pressure mounting around them, the water trying to pull them in different directions, but he refused to let the fear take root. He gripped her arm harder, pulling her closer, ensuring she wouldn't break free of the pull. "We've come too far to give up now," he urged, his voice steady with conviction. The ritual was their only hope, and there was no turning back. With every ounce of his strength, he held his ground, refusing to let the whirlpool overwhelm them. Together, they would finish what they had started. Together, they would break the curse. Serena's jaw clenched as she fought to maintain the flow of the ritual, her voice growing more determined with each passing second. The air around them pulsed with the energy of the heartstone, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Every word she uttered seemed to steady the turbulent waters, but the forces pressing against her were relentless. whirlpool's pull threatened to tear them apart, but Serena refused to be shaken. Her grip on the heartstone tightened, her body tense with concentration as she resisted the storm. Her chant grew louder, each syllable a declaration of defiance against the chaos that sought to overpower her. Beside her, Adrian's presence was a grounding force, unwavering and resolute. He stood close, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, ready to defend them both if needed. But he didn't need to fight with steel. His strength came from the quiet support he offered Serena. His eyes remained locked on her, watching as she fought the water's violent current. As the minutes dragged on, the weight of their shared resolve seemed to bolster Serena's efforts. With Adrian's silent encouragement, she found the strength to push harder, her chant resonating more powerfully with each breath. Slowly, the ferocity of the whirlpool began to wane, its violent pull easing just enough for them to take a breath. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the whirlpool's grip on them loosened. The water around them began to calm, the swirling vortex dissolving into nothingness as if it had never been there at all. Serena took a shaky breath, her body still trembling from the effort, but there was a quiet triumph in her eyes. The ritual had been tested, and they had passed. The storm that had threatened to break them had been quelled, and the heartstone's glow intensified in response, signaling that the first challenge had been overcome. Adrian's hand brushed against hers in a brief moment of solidarity, their bond stronger than ever as they prepared to face whatever came next. The mist descended swiftly, thickening around them with an unnatural haste. It was cold and damp, the air heavy with a suffocating weight that seemed to cling to their skin. As it wrapped around them, the whispers began, soft at first, like distant murmurs, but quickly growing louder, filling their minds with an endless barrage of doubts. Serena could hear her own voice echoing in her head, taunting her with the possibility of failure. "You can't do this," the whispers hissed. "You're not strong enough. The reef will fall. You will never succeed." Each voice carried a distinct tone, pulling at her fears, exploiting every vulnerability she had ever hidden. The weight of those whispers pressed on her chest, like the coldest of chains. Beside her, Adrian's face twisted with frustration as the whispers bombarded him as well. His hand tightened around the heartstone, but even the warmth it emitted couldn't chase the chill of the mist. "This isn't real," he muttered through clenched teeth, trying to steady himself against the onslaught of voices. Yet even his unwavering resolve was shaken by the doubt creeping into his mind. The voices became more insistent, clawing at his confidence, feeding off every flicker of hesitation. "You're not enough," they taunted. "This is your fault." The pressure of it all was overwhelming, threatening to pull him under, to erode the very foundation of their mission. But Serena could see through the fog of whispers. Her eyes locked onto Adrian's, and she knew that they had to stand together, through every fear, every dark thought that crept into their minds. She took a steadying breath, her voice quiet but fierce. "We're not alone," she said, grounding herself in the truth of their bond. "We've faced worse. This is just a trick, a test of our resolve. We've made it this far, and we're not turning back now." Adrian's gaze met hers, and for a moment, the fog seemed to recede, the whispers faltering. Their shared strength was a defiance to the mist's insidious grip. Together, they stood firm, their resolve rekindling like a spark in the heart of a storm. Serena's breath quickened, her heart hammering in her chest as the voices swirled around her. Each word they whispered seemed to claw at her confidence, eroding her sense of purpose. "You're not worthy," they hissed, their cruel tones echoing in her mind. The weight of their accusations crushed her, and for a fleeting moment, she almost believed them. The fear she had buried deep within herself began to rise, fear of failure, fear of not being enough, fear that everything they had done would be for nothing. Her hands, gripping the heartstone, began to shake uncontrollably, her resolve weakening with each passing second. She had always been the one to keep pushing forward, but now the crushing weight of the curse threatened to pull her into the darkness. As the mist thickened, the voices seemed to swirl within her thoughts, growing more personal, more intimate. The things she had never dared to acknowledge, the doubts about her own worth, her fear of letting everyone down, began to surface, each whisper a reflection of her deepest insecurities. The waters around her seemed to ripple with the energy of those doubts, the curse feeding off her fear, pushing her to question everything she had ever believed about herself. Her vision blurred for a moment, and she felt her knees begin to falter under the weight of the storm inside her mind. Was she truly the one meant to break this curse, or was she simply a pawn in something far greater than herself? But then, through the fog of her self-doubt, she felt Adrian's presence beside her, steady and unwavering. His quiet strength seemed to anchor her, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this. She forced herself to focus on his steady breathing, the sound of his heartbeat, and the weight of his hand on hers. She was not alone in her struggle. Together, they had overcome every obstacle that had come their way. "We can do this," she whispered, barely hearing her own voice over the din of the curse's whispers. She took a deep breath, pushing the fear aside, and steadied her trembling hands. The voices might haunt her, but they would not define her. With renewed strength, she gripped the hard stone tighter, letting its warmth ground her in the present moment. The voices clawed at Serena's mind, each syllable like a cold knife sinking deeper into her thoughts. "You're not strong enough to break the curse," they hissed, their venomous whispers seeping through the air, wrapping around her like tendrils. The words struck her like blows, rattling the foundation of her resolve. The fear she had tried to suppress, the fear of failure, the fear of being overwhelmed by a task too great for her, rose like a tidal wave, threatening to drown her. She could almost feel the weight of every failure that had ever been. Every time she had fallen short of the expectations placed on her. Every time doubt had crept in. Her breath became shallow, her pulse quickening as the reality of their words sunk in. Maybe they were right. Maybe she wasn't strong enough to bear the weight of this curse, to save the reef and those she cared about. "Others have tried before you, and they failed," the voices continued, their taunting whispers swirling in the depths of her mind. "You are nothing compared to them." Serena could see images flashing before her eyes, faces of those who had come before her, each one marked by failure. Their expressions were hollow, broken, their attempts futile. The reef, once vibrant and full of life, had slowly succumbed to the curse, just as the voices promised. It seemed as though the weight of history itself was against her. Each passing second, the pressure grew heavier, the air thicker with the dark power of the curse that sought to drag her under. The very thought of it, the idea that all her efforts, all their sacrifices, might be in vain, was enough to send a tremor of panic through her. But as the voices continued their assault, Serena found a flicker of clarity within herself. She closed her eyes, shutting out the haunting whispers, and reached deep into her core. She thought of Adrian, standing beside her with unwavering strength. She thought of the reef, the creatures that had trusted her, the lives that depended on her success. She wasn't alone, not anymore. The curse might have been powerful, but so was she, and so was the bond she shared with those who had fought alongside her. With a slow, steadying breath, Serena refused to let the darkness consume her. She would not be another failure. "I will break this curse," she whispered fiercely, her voice now louder than the whispers. "I won't let it win." Adrian could feel the same icy grip of doubt creeping into his thoughts, but he refused to allow it to take root. The voices, slick with malice, slithered through the fog, whispering their poison into his mind. They spoke of his past mistakes, his fears of inadequacy, the times he had faltered in the face of overwhelming odds. For a moment, his thoughts wavered, as if the curse itself was trying to unravel his resolve. But deep down, he knew that they couldn't afford to give in to fear, not now, not when the end was so close. He had faced darkness before, but it had never consumed him, and it wouldn't consume him now. He had a purpose, and he would see it through, no matter the cost. His gaze shifted to Serena, who was visibly struggling against the barrage of doubts threatening to drown her. She seemed so small in the face of it all, her shoulders trembling, her breath shallow as she fought to hold on to her focus. Adrian's heart ached at the sight of her, but he also felt an unshakable certainty rise within him. They were in this together, and together, they could face anything. He reached out and took her hand, his fingers curling around hers with firm reassurance. The warmth of her touch grounded him, pulling him back from the brink. Their connection was their strength, and no voice, no matter how insidious, could break it. "Don't listen to them, Serena," Adrian said, his voice steady and unwavering as he squeezed her hand tighter. "We're stronger than this. We've come too far to give up now." His words were more than just a plea. They were a reminder of the battles they had already fought, the obstacles they had already overcome. Together, they had faced the impossible and emerged victorious. They had survived the abyssal depths, outwitted the kraken, and gathered the sacred elements to break the curse. Their journey had not been without its sacrifices, but it had also been one of growth, of learning to rely on each other. Serena had always been the one to lead with courage, but now, Adrian's voice was a force of strength in her ear, a beacon that reminded her of everything they had fought for, and everything they still stood to lose. "We're almost there," he said softly, his eyes locked on hers with a quiet conviction. "Together, we'll finish this." Serena's gaze met Adrian's, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to pause. His unwavering confidence cut through the fog of doubt and despair that had clouded her mind, the oppressive mist around them suddenly feeling less suffocating. In his eyes, she saw the same determination that had kept them moving forward through every trial they had faced. It was as if his belief in her, in them, was a steady anchor in the storm, grounding her when everything else seemed ready to slip away. Her heart steadied as she drew strength from that connection, a quiet understanding passing between them that no matter how fierce the battle, they would face it together. With a deep, steadying breath, Serena nodded, her resolve slowly solidifying. The voices, their whispers of failure, of weakness, began to fade into the background, unable to compete with the force of her focus. She could feel the weight of the curse pressing in, but the grip it had on her was weakening. Adrian's hand in hers was a lifeline, a tether that reminded her of the purpose they shared. Their bond had been forged through trials, tested in moments of fear and uncertainty, and it had only grown stronger with each step they took together. In his presence, the despair that had threatened to consume her seemed smaller, less powerful. Together, they pushed back against the cacophony of voices, their unity forming an unbreakable shield against the despair that tried to engulf them. As they stood side by side, Serena felt the weight of their journey, the sacrifices, the challenges, the shared victories, settle into her bones like a quiet, unshakable force. The mist that had clouded her mind began to recede, and in its place, clarity and purpose filled her heart. They had come this far, and they would not let anything break them now. The ritual was almost complete, and with Adrian's strength beside her, Serena knew they had the power to finish what they had started. Together, they would break the curse and restore the heart of the reef. As Serena and Adrian stood united, the oppressive mist began to wane, the eerie whispers that had once filled the air growing fainter with each passing second. The ethereal fog that had threatened to break their resolve now seemed to retreat, like a dark tide receding from the shore. With every breath, the air around them felt less heavy, the weight of doubt and despair lifting, replaced by the renewed clarity of purpose. The voices that had taunted and manipulated them fell silent, their power fading as if they were never truly there. Serena's mind, once clouded by the mist, now felt clear, her heart no longer burdened by the lingering fear that had tried to take hold. As the last remnants of the fog evaporated, the waters around them settled into an eerie stillness. Gone was the disorienting haze that had made them question their strength. In its place, the vibrant, tranquil reef emerged, its vibrant corals swaying gently in the soft currents. The once turbulent waters had transformed, as if reflecting the shift in their spirits. The calmness of the reef felt like a peaceful embrace, offering a moment of respite before the final trial. The shimmering surface of the water caught the faint light of the setting sun, casting a golden glow across the landscape, a quiet promise that the worst was behind them. The once overwhelming challenge now seemed smaller, its power diluted by the unwavering bond between them. As the last of the mist lifted, Serena and Adrian shared a look, a wordless exchange of acknowledgement for the strength they had found in each other. They had overcome the darkness, the voices, and the despair. Together, they had broken through the forces that had tried to tear them apart, emerging stronger and more determined than ever. The reef, once cursed, now stood before them, waiting for the final act of the ritual. They were ready. The heart of the reef would be restored. The air thickened with an unsettling charge, the once calm waters now churning with malevolent energy. A dark shadow crept across the reef, casting an eerie pall over the once vibrant landscape. The sky above, once clear, now roiled with ominous storm clouds, their swirling tendrils darkening the heavens. The distant rumble of thunder reverberated through the air as jagged flashes of lightning illuminated the horizon, painting the ocean in stark, fleeting brilliance. The water grew colder, the temperature dropping in a suffocating wave that clung to their skin. Serena and Adrian's bodies stiffened in the sudden chill, their breath visible in the now frigid air. As the storm surged, a sinister presence rose from the depths. From the depths of the reef, an immense serpentine creature began to emerge, its massive, sinuous form slithering through the water with terrifying grace. Its scales, a deep obsidian, shimmered like the surface of the abyss, reflecting no light, absorbing all around it. The creature's eyes, glowing with an unnatural light, locked onto them with an unblinking, predatory stare. It was the embodiment of the curse, a monstrous manifestation of the darkness that had plagued the reef for so long. The serpent's enormous coils twisted and undulated, its body causing the water to swirl violently as it made its approach. With each movement, the ocean seemed to grow darker, the once peaceful reef now a battleground between the forces of light and shadow. Serena's heart pounded in her chest, but she refused to show fear. She turned to Adrian, finding his eyes locked with hers, their shared determination unwavering. This was it, the final trial, the last obstacle standing between them and the restoration of the reef. The serpent, its massive form now looming just below the surface, roared, the sound like the crash of thunder itself, and the waters around them surged in response. The challenge was clear. They would have to face this embodiment of the curse head-on, and only through their combined strength could they hope to overcome it. The storm above them intensified, but in the face of the serpent's fury, Serena and Adrian stood resolute, knowing that only together could they complete the ritual and restore the heart of the reef. The creature loomed before them, its massive form dwarfing everything around it. Its scales, as black as the void itself, shimmered with a dark luster that seemed to absorb the very light around it. The serpent's eyes, glowing an eerie red, pierced through the storm, burning with an ancient malice. Each breath it took sent ripples through the water, and its immense body coiled in slow, deliberate motions, as if savoring the impending clash. Its very presence seemed to warp the atmosphere, the water growing colder and the sky darker, as if nature itself bowed before the dark magic it embodied. The tension in the air was suffocating, and the weight of centuries of curse pressed upon the duo. Despite the creature's overwhelming power, Adrian and Serena refused to let fear take hold. Every instinct screamed at them to flee, to escape the monstrous embodiment of darkness, but they stood their ground. Their bond was their strength, something that no creature, no matter how powerful, could shatter. They had fought side by side through countless trials, and this moment would be no different. They had come too far, had endured too much, to let the creature's fearsome presence break their resolve. The serpent's roar, a sound that reverberated through the very fabric of the reef, only fueled their determination, making their hearts beat faster, but never faltering. The storm above raged on, but they focused on each other, on the mission at hand. The curse that had plagued the reef for centuries had manifested in the form of the serpent, but Adrian and Serena were not the same as those who had come before them. They were not destined to fail. Their strength lay not just in their individual powers, but in their unity, their trust in each other. As the serpent reared back, preparing to strike, they steeled themselves for the final challenge. This would be the ultimate test of their resilience, but they were ready. With the heartstone in hand and the weight of everything they had fought for resting on their shoulders, they knew that they had the power to confront the darkness, to shatter the curse once and for all. Together, they would face the serpent and emerge victorious. Serena's words hung in the charged air, the gravity of the moment settling heavily on their shoulders. She could feel the pulse of the heartstone in her hand, its warmth a stark contrast to the coldness of the water around them. The stone had been the beacon guiding their journey, but now, in the face of the creature's overwhelming power, its true purpose became clear. They were standing at the precipice of everything they had fought for, the weight of the reef's curse pressing down on them. The serpent's eyes glowed with a fiery malice, but Serena knew that the stone alone wouldn't be enough. It was their bond, their unbreakable connection, that would channel the Heartstone's power and allow them to strike at the very heart of the curse. Adrian stood beside her, his grip firm on his sword, but his gaze locked on the Heartstone with a mixture of awe and resolve. He could feel the truth of Serena's words deep within him. The Heartstone was the key, but the power they needed to unleash it wasn't just in the stone itself. It was in the shared strength between them. All the trials, the hardships, the dangers they had faced together had forged a bond that now seemed unshakable. Adrian knew they had come to the final test, one that would demand everything from them, physically, emotionally, and spiritually. But they had already proven that they were stronger together than they could ever be apart. This was their moment, the culmination of their journey. With a final glance at each other, they shared an unspoken understanding. The serpent loomed before them, the embodiment of everything they had fought against. But it was nothing compared to the power of their unity. Serena took a deep breath, steadying herself, and raised the Heartstone high. The water around them seemed to pulse in response, the storm above mirroring the surge of energy beginning to gather. Adrian stepped closer, his presence grounding her, and together they focused all their strength, all their resolve, into the Heartstone. The power surged through them, a flood of light that cut through the darkness of the curse, as they prepared to strike at the heart of the serpent, and the very core of the curse itself. Adrian's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword as he stepped forward, the blade gleaming with a cold, unwavering light in the midst of the storm. The air crackled with tension, the fury of the serpent's presence challenging him, but he didn't flinch. His muscles coiled, ready for action, and his heart beat in sync with the pulse of the Heartstone, which Serena still held high. The moment they had prepared for, the moment when everything would be decided, was finally here. There would be no hesitation, no second thoughts, only the final, decisive strike. The serpent's red eyes burned with hatred, but Adrian's resolve burned hotter. This was the end of the curse, and he was ready to see it through to the very end. With a steadying breath, Adrian advanced, his footsteps sure despite the chaos swirling around him. The storm raged above, the sea foamed and churned beneath their feet, but nothing could sway him from his purpose. He knew what was at stake. The Heartstone's power was a beacon, guiding them toward the defeat of the ancient curse that had plagued the reef for centuries. The serpent's massive form coiled and shifted, its malice palpable, but Adrian's focus never wavered. His bond with Serena, their shared strength, gave him the courage to face the terrifying creature. The sword was an extension of his will, and as he raised it high, the storm seemed to quiet in anticipation, waiting for the first strike to be made. Serena's voice called to him, steady and calm despite the chaos, urging him to press on. Adrian met her gaze for a brief moment, and in that shared look, he knew they were ready. They had come this far, endured so much, and now there was nothing left to do but finish it. With a single, fluid motion, Adrian swung his sword, its edge cutting through the air with a resounding hum. The battle had reached its climax, and as the blade collided with the serpent's dark magic, the world seemed to hold its breath. The Heartstone pulsed with an intense light, and the very ocean around them trembled as the final battle unfolded. Serena and Adrian moved as one, their synchronized actions a testament to the trust and unity they had forged throughout their journey. With the Heartstone raised high, Serena poured every ounce of her energy into it, feeling its pulsing warmth radiate through her hands as she recited the final words of the ancient ritual. The very air around them seemed to hum with power, the storm intensifying as the sea churned violently beneath them. The creature, sensing the impending threat, let out a deafening roar, its serpentine body undulating as it coiled tighter, preparing to strike with lethal force. The water around them swirled and crashed, but Serena held her ground, her voice unwavering as she continued the chant, drawing strength from the bond she shared with Adrian. Adrian, his sword held firmly in his grip, never took his eyes off the serpent as it wound itself through the water, its dark scales gleaming menacingly in the storm's light. Every muscle in his body tensed with the weight of the moment, the final battle that would either free the reef from its ancient curse or see it fall deeper into darkness. His pulse quickened as the serpent reared back, its massive jaws opening wide, ready to deliver a fatal blow. But Adrian had no fear. He had come too far and sacrificed too much to let this be the end. With a roar of his own, he charged forward, his movements fluid and precise as he closed the distance between himself and the creature's heart. His sword, gleaming with a resolve as sharp as its edge, cut through the air like lightning. With one mighty thrust, Adrian's sword found its mark. The blade sank deep into the creature's massive body, aiming directly for the heart that beat with the curse's malevolent power. Time seemed to slow as the sword connected, the force of the strike reverberating through the water. The serpent let out an ear-piercing scream, its body jerking violently as the curse's magic began to unravel. Serena's voice reached a crescendo, the final words of the ritual ringing out as the heart stone flared with blinding light. The ocean seemed to hold its breath as the creature writhed in pain, its form beginning to dissolve, the dark magic dissipating like smoke. In that moment, Adrian and Serena's hearts beat as one, knowing they had finally broken the curse and freed the reef from its grip. At the precise moment Adrian's sword struck true, Serena channeled every last bit of her strength into the heartstone. The gem pulsed with a blinding light, its energy surging through her body like a torrent of raw power. She raised the heartstone high, directing its radiant glow straight into the creature's heart, aiming for the very core of the curse that had bound the reef for centuries. The energy that flowed from the stone was pure and unrelenting, crackling through the water in a cascade of light and force. The sea seemed to tremble with the sheer intensity of their combined power, the very fabric of the ocean shifting in response to the ritual's culmination. As the energy from the heartstone collided with the serpent's core, the creature's body convulsed violently, its scales glowing with a fiery intensity. The combined force of Adrian's sword and Serena's magic was like a wave crashing against the dam, shattering its defenses in an instant. The dark magic that had fueled the creature began to unraveling like threads caught in a fierce wind. The creature's once menacing form started to distort and flicker, its eyes losing their malevolent glow as the curse's grip began to loosen. Serena's voice echoed in the water as she poured every ounce of her focus into the heartstone, the light growing brighter with each passing second. The serpent let out one final, ear-splitting roar as its body disintegrated into nothingness, consumed by the force of their combined attack. The waters around them, once churning with darkness and malice, began to calm, the pressure of the curse lifting like a weight from the ocean's shoulders. The heartstone pulsed one last time, its glow fading as the final remnants of the creature's magic faded into the ether. Serena lowered the stone, her hands trembling with the aftermath of the ritual's power, while Adrian stood by her side, both of them breathless but triumphant. The reef, finally freed from its centuries-old curse, began to heal, the waters now peaceful and vibrant, as if the ocean itself had exhaled a long-held breath. The creature's roar echoed through the water, a deafening sound that reverberated deep within their bones. Its massive form writhed in agony, as if every inch of its being was being torn apart by the force of the curse shattering. The dark magic that had sustained it for centuries began to unravel, its once powerful presence weakening with each passing second. The storm above them, once a swirling mass of dark clouds and violent lightning, started to break apart. The clouds dissipated in a flurry of movement, their oppressive grip lifting from the reef as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the sky. The air seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the water, once violent and churning, began to settle, calming in the wake of the creature's defeat. As the dark energy that had surrounded the creature began to dissolve, the water around Serena and Adrian shifted, becoming clear and peaceful once more. The oppressive weight that had hung over them for so long lifted, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the reef began to breathe again. The serpent's form, once a looming, terrifying presence, slowly began to break apart. Its body, now nothing more than a fading shadow of its former self, unraveled like a rotting vine, dissipating into the ether as the curse that had bound it was undone. The once menacing red glow in its eyes faded, leaving nothing but the remnants of what had been. The creature was no more. With the final remnants of the dark energy vanishing into the deep, the waters around them settled into an unnatural stillness. The sun's light now bathed the reef in a warm, golden glow, its rays casting a peaceful glow across the once turbulent ocean. The calm was a stark contrast to the chaos they had just endured, but it was a calm that spoke of renewal, of the curse being lifted and the balance restored. Serena and Adrian stood together in the tranquil water, their bodies tired but their spirits alight with the knowledge that their journey had come to its triumphant end. The reef, at long last, was free. As the last remnants of the creature dissolved into the depths, the waters around Serena and Adrian calmed, leaving an eerie stillness in their wake. The once turbulent sea was now tranquil, reflecting the bright sun overhead, which seemed to shine more brilliantly than ever before. The weight of their victory began to settle in, their breaths coming slower as the adrenaline from the battle ebbed away. The reef, once a place of darkness and despair, was now alive with vibrant colors, the coral reefs glowing in hues of pink, gold, and azure. The air felt fresher, the ocean no longer weighed down by the curse that had plagued it for centuries. The prophecy had been fulfilled, and the natural beauty of the reef had been restored. Serena glanced at Adrian, her heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment and relief. Their journey had been fraught with danger, each challenge testing their strength, courage, and bond. Yet, in the end, they had faced everything together. The trials had not only tested their physical limits but had also strengthened their connection. She could see it in his eyes, the unspoken understanding that they had emerged from the abyss not just as survivors, but as partners, their bond forged through every trial they had endured. What had started as a journey to break a curse had now become a testament to their resilience and to the unshakable trust they had in each other. They stood together, gazing out over the now peaceful reef, their hearts finally at ease. The future was uncertain, but one thing was clear: their journey was far from over. The curse had been broken, the heart of the reef restored, but the bond they had forged through this epic trial would remain unbroken. In each other, they had found something stronger than any force the world could throw at them, a connection that could withstand even the darkest of trials. With the reef safe and the prophecy fulfilled, Serena and Adrian knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them together, as partners, as equals, and as something more. Exhausted but triumphant, Serena and Adrian shared a quiet moment of relief, their embrace a comforting anchor in the wake of their monumental battle. Their bodies ached, the weight of their journey pressing against them, but there was a deep sense of peace that washed over them, knowing that the ritual was complete. The curse that had bound the reef for centuries had been broken, its dark influence dissipating like mist in the morning sun. Around them, the reef seemed to breathe anew, vibrant and alive, a testament to the power of their efforts. The once shadowed waters now gleamed with life, the coral reefs flourishing, and the creatures of the deep returning to their natural rhythms. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the world around them felt right again. As they stood there, their bodies still pressed together, the weight of the moment sank in. It wasn't just the end of a journey, but the beginning of something more. The challenges they had faced together had tested every fiber of their being, but through it all, their bond had only grown stronger. Their shared victories, their triumphs over fear, doubt, and the forces that sought to tear them apart, had forged something lasting. There was no denying it. What had started as a mission to save a cursed reef had blossomed into something far deeper, an unspoken understanding, a partnership that went beyond words. In each other, they had found not just allies, but something worth protecting, something irreplaceable. Yet, as they pulled back from the embrace, the realization hit them. While the curse was broken, their journey was far from over. They had freed the reef, but the world was vast, and their adventures had only just begun. There would be more challenges, more unknowns waiting to be faced, but now, they knew that they had the strength to face anything that came their way. Whatever the future held, they would meet it side by side, with a bond that nothing could break. The road ahead was uncertain, but Serena and Adrian had already proven that together, they could conquer whatever trials the world set before them. The future stretched out before them, an expanse of uncertainty that once felt overwhelming, but now held a glimmer of promise. The trials they had endured, the battles fought, the sacrifices made, had forged a new outlook in both of them. No longer burdened by fear or doubt, they stood together with the quiet assurance that they were ready for whatever came next. For the first time, the unknown didn't seem like an insurmountable wall, but a path to be walked side by side. The weight of the past had been lifted, and with it came a renewed sense of purpose, a belief that no challenge, no matter how great, was beyond their reach. Adrian glanced at Serena, his hand brushing hers, a silent promise passing between them. It wasn't just about surviving anymore. It was about living fully, embracing the life they had fought for. They had faced darkness together and emerged stronger, their bond solidified by every test they had endured. Whatever lay in their future, they now knew they could rely on each other, not just as allies in battle, but as partners in all things. The road ahead might be treacherous, but with their combined strength, they could carve a way forward, one step at a time. In the quiet stillness of the reef, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they allowed themselves to simply be. They were no longer chasing a solution, no longer racing against time. The curse had been broken, the prophecy fulfilled, and the future lay open to them, full of endless possibilities. Serena and Adrian stood together, not knowing exactly what tomorrow would bring, but with the steadfast conviction that, whatever it was, they would face it together, united, strong, and with hope for the journey that lay ahead.